7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And it's a program, Doug, that is getting you ready for the Stanley Cup playoffs. And we now know the day and the time of Game 1.
Okay.
And I believe while we are on the air, between now and 11 o'clock in St. Louis, Missouri, we will learn the remaining days and times of the schedule. Saturday, 5 p.m., Game 1, puck drop. The very first game of the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs will be Winnipeg hosting your St. Louis Blues.
Okay. Well, that's a pretty good time.
I know. I agree with you.
It's a pretty good time. It'll go from 5 till 8 or so. You can still go out on Saturday night if you want and celebrate a Blues W.
Well, if there's one thing that this dais is known for, it's going out on Saturday night.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Doug's ready to roll, man. 8:30, let's go shooting.
We paint this town red.
Jackson, how does this impact your schedule for Saturday?
Careful now.
I'm watching this guy.
Careful.
I'm watching him like a hawk. Hockey went wingy?
Pacers play at noon. Nuggets play at 2:30. Knicks, Pistons. Get out of here, 5 o'clock. Lake Show, not till 7:30.
Sure. Yeah, it's just we'll see when the game time is, and then we'll.
We just said it. Just 5 o'clock on Saturday.
We just said.
I was.
I'm sorry. It came out yesterday as well.
Oh, you didn't do your key bumps of Adderall?
No, I did, but that means I was focused on something else.
What were you focused on?
Stuff.
Doodads and such.
Okay.
Doodads.
Don't say and such.
Gadgets, what have you.
Tim, is the timeout for Game 1 yet?
5 o'clock, 5 p.m. That's
Yes, on Saturday, Martin.
Central Time. That's kind of an optimal start.
Doug, you just said.
Yeah, we're going to replay the first segment again.
Go.
Yeah, we like the starting time. We've established that.
What we wanted to know while you were looking at the doodads and such is how this impacts your social schedule.
Me and my friends will get together and watch the game.
Really?
Yeah.
Private Citizen Pete.
PCP will probably be involved, yeah, I can imagine.
Okay.
And then we'll just
Could see Herb being there.
Herb's still in Manhattan.
Why?
Which really stink. That's what I said. What are you doing there when we have a playoff hockey team right here?
Thank you.
They got any playoff teams up there? That's a legitimate question. I don't know.
Well,
Rangers, Devils, or Islanders make it?
Islanders got in, I think, right?
Beware the Isle? Is that right? I'm going to short that market right now.
Oh, I'm looking at the schedule for the rest of this year.
1981 Stanley
You got
Cup
the Kenny
playoffs.
Albert vehicle. The Rangers
Well,
play
see,
tonight.
I see
You're
that.
talking
I see there's still games on Thursday wrapping up the schedule.
Reason 350 why this is a better market than New York. Playoff hockey right here. I don't see any in the tri-state area.
No, well, New Jersey got in, though, right?
The Devils?
Yeah.
I'm going to
Bridge and Tunnel.
short that
I
market.
think New Jersey got in.
Doug's bluffing at the pot left and right, and I feel like I'm picking him off left and right.
Jersey, Carolina.
Yeah, New Jersey got
Carolina.
in.
Ah!
That's your loan. Does that count for Herb? And by the way, there are not a lot of Herbs your age, are there?
Well, that's because his name isn't really Herb.
Oh. Well, then never mind.
And I understand why you would.
Well, I'd be confused since you said my friend Herb.
Because I exclusively call him Herb. But no, I get why you would ask.
Why? I know why I would ask. What is his real name, or is that not allowed?
Not going to say that.
Wow, Martin.
Well, it's just out of respect. It's a respect
Well,
thing.
if you said his first name, I'd have zero clue who he is. If it's Bill or Bob
He's come
or
to some
Steve.
TMA events, and he wears all brown.
He's a chicken wing eating machine.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
I forgot about that.
Wing eating contest.
And the Plowhawk always felt like he was well hung.
Yes.
So, Martin, now you've been briefed.
How did he come to that conclusion?
Doug?
I just don't know.
All vibes.
I just don't.
Vibes.
Bob White has a sixth sense about those sorts of things.
Blues playoff hockey! Let's up and go! That's from the professor.
Okay.
Well, we're going to. We're going to go with Bernie Federko at 8:15 on the Stiefel dossier.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go with Robert Thomas at 9 o'clock on the Stiefel dossier as well. And then for those of you feeling the Angry Birds vibe running parallel to the Blues, Doug, is many of us bet the Battlehawks, Blues, and Cardinals all to win their respective league championships. Miles Mikolas will be with us at 9:30 as the Cardinals are in the tri-state area. It's a big tri-state
with
area
Herb.
Thursday.
We're
Hanging with Herb.
bi-state. We don't have a third state.
No,
really.
but Miles Mikolas is in the tri-state today.
Oh, he's up there playing the Mets.
That's
Jersey,
right.
New
Okay.
York, Connecticut, I guess.
Jackson's
It's
more of
just
a
it.
Connecticut guy.
I'm trying to think if I've ever been to Connecticut.
Doug, has Jackson ever been to Connecticut?
Probably.
I'm going to say
Talked about
no.
Jimmy Calhoun.
Yeah,
It's kind of out of the way. It's kind of out of the way.
Yeah, but if like you're driving through the Northeast, like if you gotta get to Boston, you probably
No, if you're wealthy and you work in Manhattan, then you can live up in Connecticut and you take
Right.
the train.
That's right.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's a big move. I think I've probably driven through it. I can't remember ever doing much in Connecticut. Done some in Massachusetts.
Oh, have you?
Sure.
Doug, Herb had the hottest ex-girlfriend ever. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Doug, we are now talking about the ex-significant others of Jackson's friend who is doing business as Herb.
Well, it's hard to keep up. Who was the last Herb you knew? Herb Ragland. The Blues had a guy named Herb Ragland.
Was he 25, Doug?
I don't remember his number.
Got to do some show prep.
Herb Williams played for the Pacers, Jackson.
Herb Jones currently plays for the Pelicans.
Oh, yeah. Herb Jones.
But there's not a lot of Herberts anymore.
Herb Brooks, legend.
Oh, yeah.
Did Libby Jack just say that he and his friends are going to get together to rewatch the WNBA draft? That's from Eric in the Central West.
Rewatch it.
I feel like I would have heard that.
Rewatch it in case we missed like an Easter egg. See the emphasis on the Paige Becker syllables? No, I don't. That's not going to happen. We're going to get together, probably yell skate boy skate, and it'll be fun.
I don't know. I might call and see what you do on the turn. I'm just not sure you and the boys are getting together to watch the Blues at 5 o'clock. That's my read.
On Saturday, for sure. Yeah, it's going to be rainy, nasty.
I know, Doug. I don't like that.
If it was gorgeous out, maybe it'd be like
The Executive 9?
Well, I do love, especially in the summer, starting around 3:30, and then right about that last 3 holes, the sun's starting to set.
Doug, the golden hour.
It's a little bit cooler out. The vibes are high. So, but with the weather being what it will be this weekend, yeah, it's a big skate boy skate weekend.
All right. Sounds like he's sort of on board. I like it.
I know. I think I might
Welcome
fold
aboard.
now on the turn. I think he's got it. I don't know what he's got. Top pair, top kick or something. I'm going to draw. I
also-
fold. Jackson's got it.
It's also a good time if you're your age. You go out, like you said, you were talking golf, but at 5 o'clock, that's a nice time too for a couple of beers. Nothing crazy.
Oh, couldn't agree more.
Then you're going to order pizza at about 9 o'clock.
It's a good weekday play,
Watch the
too.
second half of the Lakers.
A little happy hour on the weekday, too.
You want me to type this out for you, right?
Yeah, Martin's kind of setting your schedule for you. This is nice.
I kind of wish the weekday game started at 5 and not 8:48.
Be great for television ratings.
Do you go somewhere for a happy hour?
Not often. Every once in a while.
Where would you go if
Yeah,
you
you're
did?
usually at, I see at Napoli.
Obies.
Obi
Well, I
Clark's.
bet they love turning on the NBA for you. And
Hey, can you guys turn the hockey off? Son, you're at Obi Clark's. Have you heard about us?
all I
yeah,
wanted
do you guys have to show hockey all the time?
They had it on every TV. I just wanted one television.
Oh, no. Now it actually is a thing. I was doing a
no,
bit.
this really did happen.
But it wasn't a Blues playoff game. It was like I guess in the last 2 years when they didn't make the play. It was like
So
just
I was
other
kidding, and you
games.
seriously-
No, this really did happen. I think this anecdote was weaved on Balloon Party in the last couple of years, and oh my. I mean, people, if anything, people were not only stunned, but then they stepped back and kind of respected the balls on this guy, eh?
I have fear of confrontation generally, but
Then you must love this text inbox.
yeah,
What
that's hard to me.
was the request?
To change? It was like one TV. It might have been like Cavs Magic or something.
So to watch a regular season NBA game.
No, it was playoffs. But like, I never have fear about asking someone who works at a restaurant to change television. I do it very respectfully,
Oh, do
and I
you?
say, please take your time. It's not a big deal. But I think that.
But you want it done right now.
No,
Oh.
I just want it done eventually.
Okay.
Yeah. I never.
I wish
fear that.
Walt had been sitting there.
Oh.
Jesus, sit down, shut up, and watch hockey.
Get some dirty wings.
Yeah, I do really like their chicken. I like their burger a lot too.
Oh.
Look, there it is. Your
Take your
Obie Clark's
calls.
menu recommendations are in, and you can call in about your favorites at 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Then you can also text in 314-399-9646. You save that in your phone, and now you have a pipeline to this program. And how magical is that? And then, of course, youtube.com/TMASTL, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 150 friends have already gathered, and they're naming their favorite herbs. And Iggy is not happy with you, Doug. He is in
Why is
there.
that?
And he says, Jesus, Doug, Herb Humphreys.
Oh, that's right. Got it covered nightside.
Martin, do you remember Herb Humphreys? He was on KMOV in the 1980s. He wore a
Was it a
certain
raincoat,
hat,
sort of?
a
Cowboy
raincoat,
hat.
and a cowboy hat, and he would use people's homes to to the restroom?
Well, that's the alleged story that was out there.
Was that for off-air, Doug, and now it's on air?
Kind of was, yeah.
Oh, I thought you had weaved that tail on the air.
I don't believe so.
Well, I often forget.
It makes its HD1 debut. If it was on HD2, it essentially wasn't on the air.
Is it on the skeleton right now? People are listening to it. I often forget what we discussed on the air
Right.
and off the air, and I'll bring it up. I'll wait a minute, that was not on
Right.
air.
What was on the air? It's a segment we're doing at 9 o'clock, but also in the 9 o'clock hour, Robert Thomas, Miles Mikolas, Bernie Federko, 8:15. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can participate. Doug, you always like a standings update?
I don't mind it. Yeah.
JV Golf Coach is in the lead with 4 wins. Buck Swope with 2 wins. Misty Plops, I feel like, is dangerous with 2 wins. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, who's now at war with Sharon and Clayton /Sanibel/Maui/Michigan, has a win. Brian has a win, and Doug Chandler Hill, newsman, has a win. There are your standings for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month, April 2025.
Doug Chandler Hill, newsman. Was that the AI-generated report that I did?
He would have worked with Herb Humphreys, probably.
Probably.
That'll do it. Back to you, Steve.
Well, that was something different there.
Was that after vacation? You came back and said, hey, Steve, back to you. Herb Humphreys on the night side. I enjoyed a nighttime reporter that you got to know over time. Like Rocky Madden was one of those guys. And Herb Humphreys on the night side, I felt like he was keeping us safe.
Right.
He kind of had that William Conrad physique.
You might be watching in bed at 10:15 at night, and this poor guy's out on the street getting it covered.
But I felt like because he was on the night side, we were a safer city. I just sort of felt that.
I agree with that, Martin.
And even a curious hand that made its way into a pair of dungarees or 6.
or 6. That's AI gone bad there. That didn't make any sense at all, did it?
That was Doug Chandler Hill's reporting.
This
He had
show-
it covered nightside.
This show leads to a lot of confusion. My mom listens occasionally, and she said yesterday, who stole the pizzas? And I said, I'm sorry. And she said, who stole the pizzas? And she heard the part about the
Chairman
dodo.
Stephen Wildwood revealed he knows who stole the pizzas, but he was sworn to secrecy. However, if he is the target of a hit by the pizza thieves from the Dotem 2023, he has let his wife know he's written out their names, and they will face charges, he says.
I feel like Chairman Steve would crack over a good vodka tonic. We could get him to crack. My mom was confused about that, and then my wife said, what was it that Frank was so upset about? I said, Frank. And she said, he was yelling at you or something? I said, oh, no, he likes to say, it matters. And she said, well, what was he? I said, it's out of context.
Yeah.
This whole show
It matters. It matters.
Calm down, Frank.
Gosh.
What do you think? I want to play Jeopardy and know what he was saying matters.
So was he barking at Tuna during a slop?
It
When Tuna was
seems like a
doing one
slop
of his,
vehicle.
Mizzou's terrible, man. Mizzou should go to Division II. And Frank got mad. Or was it a monologue
That sounds like a monologue to me.
where he says, you may look at this as just another game. You may look at the schedule and say it's Tuesday night against the Houston Astros. It's more than that. Think about who's on the mound, what it means to this franchise, to this fan base, to your future. It matters. And you're like, it's Tuesday in April.
I think it's a monologue. I think that was a nice read. I think he called out the hand. Monologue all day. I don't think that was from the slop.
But I don't hear any Coldplay underneath or any music bed or any of those racetrack. So I'm not positive that's a monologue. But you think we could at some point, we're going to have Frank on.
Surprise guest?
And we're going to roll through the drops. And we're going to say, Frank, do you remember the context?
The Arnold Palmer drop is probably the best one he had. Men wanted to be with him, and women wanted to be like him.
That's correct.
Men wanted to be with Arnold Palmer.
I was live streaming, listening in Las Vegas that morning.
Spit
And
take.
I immediately texted the plowhawk who was running the board, and I said, clip that off.
Women wanted to be like him, and guys wanted to be with him.
You can tell in reading it out, it was like, is this a typo?
Yeah, he was sitting on fastball, and about halfway from the mound to the plate, he realized it was a breaking ball.
Oh, boy. This one's leaving the park.
Get involved in this program. So many wonderful ways to do. You got that YouTube chat where friends gather, and it's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. That's 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. We've got the Dotem announcement coming up on Monday. I can tell you, Jackson, it's May 29th and May 30th at a new venue as Normandy is experiencing renovations, wonderful renovations. So we have a new venue, a great charity partner. And so if you want to get your foursome together, start doing so, because the foursomes will go on sale next week for the, I don't know, Doug, 8th Dotem, 9th Dotem. We didn't have one for COVID. We didn't have one last year because of Normandy. Hell, I don't know. The first one was in 2016. Either way, that announcement is coming up on Monday. On your long-term Stiefel dossier, your short-term Stiefel dossier is Bernie Federko, 8:15, Robert Thomas, 9 o'clock, Miles Mikolas at 9:30. Chairman Steve might be willing to crack right here and right now regarding the pizza thieves from the Dotem in 2023. Stole a bunch of Uncle Leo's pizza. And
Bandits took our pies.
Yeah, they did. And Chairman Steve is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Chairman Steve.
Hey, boys!
Oh, calm down now, please.
How about that enthusiasm?
All right. Well, hello, Steve.
Kilcoyne. Good morning to Mrs. Kilcoyne also.
Yeah, you
What's that about?
never know.
Kim or Martin's mom? Is that
You never know who's tuning in. I always find out after the fact, and I never know what they're talking about.
Because they ask weird questions. Well, they shouldn't ask questions about what goes on in the 10 o'clock hour because you're not there.
on board?
Oh,
That's fair.
Gosh.
But actually, I'll never crack on this. And they're not really guys that anybody would know, like somebody, Uncle whatever's dildo or whatever.
Watch it. Watch
these
it.
goofy
Always
names
proud of
on
the family
there.
listening in.
Gonna be your first.
Yeah, yeah.
How do I explain that
Come
to my-
on now.
can't.
I'm just
Keep it clean.
double-sided dildo. That
Keep it
thing
clean.
Oh, yeah.
It's
No,
the name.
that's Uncle Carl's double-sided fleshlight, and there's an umlaut, Martin, over the A in Carl, and it's spelled with a K, too.
You know that Olaf Milberg, the city coach, has an umlaut, and I don't know how to put it on the graphic. I haven't figured that out yet.
It's a good way to localize it, though.
Now, so these guys were pissed because they made the turn and all the salt and smoke was gone. So they felt like it was their right to take full pizzas. Okay? All right, at the end. And then they ran off with them, too. And
You saw
actually,
them scamper? You actually saw them scamper?
No, I did not. I did not see that. I wasn't finished with my round because I think we actually double bogeyed a hole, so it took us.
That's tough to
hours
do in
and
a
hours
scramble,
to
sir.
finish.
And this was at Bell Reef.
Yeah.
Normandy.
Normandy,
It's
okay.
a
Dangerous
damn,
270-yard par
I was
4.
about to say, which one got you? The 110-yard par 3?
What's that hole where
Doug, which hole is it?
every one of
I don't
us
know.
went in the creek? You know, where you're supposed to lay up. and then
You're going to
go
have to
up
figure
the
that out
hill.
yourself.
I think that's number 11. Very difficult
Number
golf
11.
hole.
Yes, it is. And
Jennings Creek.
we had the meat sweats because we ate all the salt and smoke, and we were pretty drunk by then too. But I
Great
digress. But so they felt like the need to take the pizzas. But I do have a picture of them on the way home, and one guy's got a whole pizza in his lap.
Oh.
And the lid is up, and he's eating the whole pizza.
Oh.
But I'll send it in. But you can't see the guy. But hey, I'll keep their secret. It's fine. But I need to call out Joey Miners. I mean, I ended up eating cheese pizza. Who the hell brings cheese pizza to a bunch of guys at a tournament? This is not kids' pizza time, Joey.
Oh, gosh.
I'll address it with them the next time I go to Filoni's, too.
Wow.
Well, maybe just don't eat that. If you don't like the cheese pizza, pick something else.
Nobody likes the cheese pizza. The pizza thieves didn't even steal the cheese pizza. They
Oh.
stole all the meat pizzas.
And it sounds like there might be a couple of fats.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
You are
Oh, so we
correct.
can now know that there were some fats.
Does that narrow it down
Not
to
at all.
him?
What is
Does
it?
that
What is fat? What did he say it was? I thought you said fats.
No, a
Fats.
couple of fats.
F-A-T-S.
That's fine. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'd eat some
Big
sausage
fat.
pizza, even on a Lenten Friday. Don't tell the priest.
Yeah. I'm with you, Marty.
All right.
And then one more thing too. The thing is, I don't get used to these 5 o'clock games. We're starting at 8:53. The rest of the damn.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that, Chairman.
Monday night,
tournament.
maybe.
So if anybody needs the number to my plumber, he can get you some white. All right.
Doug?
What does that mean? What does that even mean?
I don't know. You figure it out, Doug.
Well, I don't want to figure it out. If
Doug, the
anyone needs
listeners
a
are using
number,
our program to communicate about their plumbers.
plumber. I can get you some white?
Clip that off.
Is that what he said?
No, my plumber. He's got a cash business. He's got a cash business on the side.
Hey, Steve sent
legal,
me,
isn't it?
you know, for the white.
It's legal, isn't it?
It's legal. Tim is the
Plumbing's legal, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. He's a good plumber too.
That'd be a great excuse to the cops. I thought it was legal now. Sorry. I thought they passed that new law.
I hear you. By the way, I did dare Jackie Boy to go up to Obie Clark's on Tuesday and try to get them to put the Magic Hawks game on. I think that would have been hilarious.
Instead of the Blues in Utah, Jackson goes up there and says, "Can you switch a TV to the Magic and the Hawks?" You know what? I got to tell you, if like somebody could video you going and doing that, that would be gold.
I think if I was just one television, if I asked them to change like the main couple bar TVs to it.
Most important Blues game in a couple of years, and you walk up there and you want the Magic Hawks play-in game.
I have a way with words. I can be quite persuasive.
I agree with that.
Very kind. Just try to be kind. Try to be approachable. I have
I don't think it would have been the O.B. Clark's employee who would have looked at you with great disdain. It would have been patrons.
a gentleman in a needlepoint belt, relaxed denim, probably a quarter zip Peter Millar. I can handle that in my sleep.
Really? This guy. Gosh.
So now you're ready to throw down?
Yeah. Those kind of loafer-looking shoes that also kind of look like slippers.
Do they take your phones in when you go into O.B. Clark's just so that you're
Skechers?
a proper patron?
They should. That's the takey take right now is that all sporting events should take away phones.
I do.
What?
Yeah, that's the takey take right now.
What do you mean that's the takey take? Like that's what
After
Take
the
Smith is saying?
Masters.
Yeah.
After the Masters.
I got it. But
Because
like what Take Smith is giving that out. Is that an Orlowski?
I think I saw Paige Sporanic say it.
Oh, Paige did. Who?
Paige Sporanic.
Who's that?
Look her up, Marty.
Okay.
Click on images.
I was reading about Randy Bachman postponing his concert.
So he did postpone his concert in Winnipeg?
I sort of guessed that that's what happened. And then they said the BTO concert scheduled for Saturday has now been postponed for a day. Will instead go forward on Sunday at Canada Life Center. And then there was a statement released by Randy Bachman. As a Winnipegger.
Wow.
As a Winnipegger.
Texters are going to have a big day.
I know. I saw that and I said, this is for us. As a Winnipegger, born and raised, I'm thrilled to see the Jets take their best in-league record into the playoffs. I will be at Game 1 on Saturday loudly cheering, "Go Jets, go." Look forward to playing with BTO April 20th at Canada Life Center. So Randy Bachman has seeded the stage.
So now on the Blues front, and I don't know if this has been made public or not, but some people who I guess work at the building, for lack of a better term, contacted me yesterday and said they are going to move, and I guess they're in talks with, one of the concerts that's upcoming next weekend. Doug Brooks and Dunn on Friday.
Okay.
And Cat Williams, friend of the show, on Saturday, to move to Sunday. Therefore, Martin, one of the Blues games against the Jets will be Friday or Saturday, so they won't have that long gap in between games 3 and 4. So therefore,
Wednesday, Friday, Wednesday, Saturday.
Friday, or Wednesday, Saturday.
I wonder what that negotiation is like. I would like to be on the call when they call a cat. Mother Feezy, like you're trying to move his show.
You think generous executive Mike Caruso handles the call with Cat Williams? And if so, can we get the out of here?
You think they have to give him some monetary compensation to move that?
Yeah, because I would imagine it probably impacts attendance when you think the Sunday night not as desirable.
I apologize.
You're going to contact the generous executive?
No, I've got somebody else. I'm going to get some recon on this.
Nice.
How does that work? Like Brooks and Dunn, do you spiff them a little bit, Doug? Give them a little something.
I would think it'd be easier to reschedule the comedian than a big band. The comedian probably needs a stage, and that's about it. Some lighting, but...
Ever been to a Cat Williams show?
I have not, no.
Figures.
That's crazy, Cat.
Right.
Well, what does he need?
Bunch of mics.
Like the stool that they put their water bottle on.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's kind of easily moved around, I think. But he may have
Steve's still there.
Okay.
Yeah, still there.
Tim, I feel like we'll be in the 9 o'clock hour, and then Steve will be like, yeah, great text.
Yeah, leave me on. I hate to break it to Randy, but the Blues will be up there taking care of business.
Wow, you catch that, Martin?
Rolling down the highway.
Martin, I thought you liked that more.
No, I did. Well,
you
no,
liked it.
Taking care of business and working overtime.
Working overtime.
Right.
Let's
Marty
hope
gets
that
annoyed because I stay on the line too long.
Well,
and I interrupt him.
it's not your fault. It's really Jackson's fault. I mean, where's the buzzer, Jackie?
No, the chairman. He was a listener of the year.
That was simply just you're good, Chairman. You only have one tech.
All right. I'll be good.
I'm waiting for Holiday to text.
I tell you what, when he comes for one of those stupid red jacket things down at the stadium, he can come up for a cocktail. Watch the game with me. Come on, Matt.
Yeah, what floor are you on there, Chairman?
22.
22.
Did you take it in yesterday from the balcony?
I was working and watching. Yes.
Okay.
I tell you what, they need to really up that pitch clock, maybe 5 seconds. At 1 o'clock, they were in the 5th inning.
Yeah, it's amazing, Doug, on these getaway day games. Just seems they go so quickly for some reason. I don't know what that's about.
What was the OU on that?
What final was 4-1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So whatever it was, it covered because there's no way it was 4.5. I would guess 6.5 or 7.5.
Yeah. No,
Stephen Matz.
It's something else, and I don't know if Las Vegas can find a way to catch up with it. If you look around baseball yesterday for the getaway games, it was an under festival as it tends to be. And it's not. Listen, Doug, it's not absolute.
No.
But it's certainly more than 55%, which means it's profit season. So we all can retire and just bet unders on getaway day games in Major League Baseball in the afternoon. And then just hang out. And I don't know where you want to hang out, Chairman, but we can go there and we can hang out with your plumber.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we'll need the plumber where we go. We'll probably we'll be in some down near Miami.
Yeah.
So
plenty of
plenty of
options
white,
there.
plenty of white down there.
Yeah.
I'm scared to do that at my age.
You got anything going on today, Steve? Anything going
You're
on?
not supposed to do it at any age.
Well, I'm working from home this morning. Then I got a few appointments in the city. Then I'm headed to St. Clair, Missouri. Then Bourbon, Missouri. You want to go with me, Marty?
Down 44.
Marty Farr. Yep. Right down there.
And this is just to pick up the comparables of the house and say, okay, we'll average it out.
You going to play out the string with this again, or what? Come on,
Martin. I know you're only on
do.
season 6 of TMA.
Yeah.
In season 15 of TMA, Doug began to chastise Chairman Steve for the manner with which he generates income, saying that appraisers merely look up comps and then go to the cocktail lounge.
Yeah, I kind of think so.
Yeah.
Get a new shtick, idiot.
There's some truth to it. But it's a little more involved than that. But, whatever.
Like, did you put on a new deck? Did you put on a new deck, finish the basement, that kind of thing?
Decks don't really, dollar for dollar. You're going to get most of your dollar for dollar with flooring and paint. That's about it.
Well, I have a carport.
If you over improve, you're in trouble. I figure whatever you do, I'm getting 50% back in value. So if you spend, $50,000 on the basement, you're getting about 25 back in value.
I got to tell you,
seem fair.
I like that. I don't like the math, but I like the pro tip from the chairman.
Yeah, because you're doing it with your own personal preference too. So you got to figure not everybody likes purple paint or black countertops or some or black cabinets or white cabinets or whatever. I think you just got to take that into account when you're doing things and don't make it too weird.
Hello, la, la, la.
And then when these people build these custom houses and they think, well, this is great, I'll just put one bedroom on the main level and then put all the other bedrooms in the basement. Then people are like, well, nobody else wants that in the world. So
okay, we've been here a long time. Are we good?
Yes,
Jackson, has anyone ever gotten
Jack.
buzzard twice?
All right, Jack. Well, I'm not doing anything blues. I'm not working blue. I will say, though, if the Blues go on a Stanley Cup run, I've already texted Pond off. I've got a bed available at the IRC if I'm alive after the parade down Market.
You think you might pass away after 2 months of Stanley Cup playoff hockey and 25 or so games?
The only thing that'll keep me alive will probably be my wife kind of keeping me in check. And
yeah, I saw you were texting in today or yesterday that you want her to audition for Doug's Real Housewives of TMA.
Yeah, and the reasoning is she has a podcast that she does every evening for an audience of one, and so she's got a lot of experience. So,
Doug, sounds like she could be the chatty one as you start to cast the members of Real Housewives.
Oh, they
of
could
TMA.
all be the chatty one. Come on.
Okay. Is she a little Spitfire?
Bandy Rooster.
You better believe it, Doug. What's
she?
funny is our granddaughter has her personality, and when we have the granddaughter is spending the night tonight, and she just bosses her around like no tomorrow. It's kind of funny to watch, but I enjoy it.
Well, I've learned something. I'm new here, but I've learned with Steve, I never say anything else.
Yeah, because I do have something else.
Oh, no.
The thing is, it's like you can't hear the other side of it that well. So when you go back and listen to the call, like sometimes I'll go back and listen. I'm like, oh, my God, I just kept on talking and talking. And those guys, because I can't hear what you guys are saying a lot of times.
Franklin and Totowa. What's up, Franklin?
I always hear Mike.
Yeah, Francis
Be a mad
comes
dog.
in.
Get out!
Thank you, Chairman. There's Chairman Steve on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Sharon and Clayton was not enjoying that, but maybe that's the competition to get one of the, was it 4 spots for the Real Housewives?
Well,
of
I would think 4,
TMA?
probably, right? Yeah, 3 or 4.
My God, he just exposed himself as a fraud. It's kitchens and bathrooms that make the difference. That's from Sharon. She's in Clayton, Sanibel, Maui, and Michigan.
I would think kitchen number 1 for sure. Yeah, and then maybe the master bathroom, yeah. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think bedrooms even count if you put them in the basement, unless you can exit the basement into the outside.
What about kitchens in the basement? Wet bar?
Well, I mean, they count, but I mean, I don't think if you have a regular 3-bedroom house and you put another bedroom in the basement, I don't think that counts.
you can
as
call it
another
a 4-bedroom home?
Yeah, I don't think that you can.
I was looking at a listing just a couple days ago, as a matter of fact, Doug, and it isn't counted when you look at the listing, but then when you read the details, then it includes in there that there's a full bedroom in the basement with a full bath and so on and so
When you're in the
forth.
doghouse.
When you're in the doghouse, correct. Or in the case of one of our listeners, I believe his name, Martin, was Butch Patrick's werewolf doll.
Oh, yeah.
And his wife fell in love with a trainer from Orange Theory by the name of Derek. He moved in. Butch Patrick's werewolf doll started to live in the basement. The unfortunate part outside of being relegated to the basement was that Butch Patrick's werewolf doll's children started calling Derek Dad, and he could hear it through the...
And this was real?
Of course it was. Oh, man. Yeah, it's tough. Our listeners deal with adversity, but you know what? They overcome it.
Well, we're all going to overcome the call by Steve. We're going to plow ahead and still have a great show.
Bernie Federko, Robert Thomas, Miles Mikolas, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's all coming your way on TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. And Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion is flooring. And when you order from Michael, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving him $7 a square yard. That's incredible compensation in this industry. If you are a carpet installer and you're interested in working with Michael, go to igotfloored.com. That is Michael's flooring website, igotfloored.com. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference at Michael's Flooring. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not just what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that Michael's Flooring's continue to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And then this rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. That's in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
He's tight here in St. Louis. We bring the fight. Bring the fight. Go Blues, hit the groove. Joker's got the vibe. Let's bust a move. Thomas on the ice. We'll take the prize. Beat the Jets to the cup. We rise. From the Enterprise to the roaring crowd. Blue Note Nation singing loud. Bennington saves. Thomas sets the pace. Chasing the dream that's ours to embrace. Feel the rhythm, hear the cheer. Stanley's calling, the cup is near. Fast on the puck, we're setting trends. St. Louis pride, it never ends. Go Blues, hit the groove. Come on. Joker's got the vibe, let's bust a move. Thomas on the ice, we'll take the prize. Beat the Jets to the cup, we rise. The city's behind us, heart so true. Every shift, every pass will break through. Bleed blue and gold, it's what we do. Stanley singing, come on, St. Louis.
Oh, Doug, the guitar solo. Jackson, Doug is enjoying the hell out of this. Eric in the Central West End says this song sucks. What is our background?
So, listener.
Was this a listener sent me 3 songs yesterday, and I forwarded them to you. Is this one of them?
Yes.
There you go.
So this is one of them. So I have 2 more.
Doug, so many bands recording songs to have their music played on TMA.
I don't know. This is AI, and it takes about 30 seconds to do it.
Oh!
That's a fresh drop.
yeah.
You're talking Jets.
Yes.
Jobu.
On the front half where, it's AI. 30 seconds, no. I would say that it takes much longer than that. To
Yeah,
fine-tune
Doug.
it.
How do you know?
Well, it can't just spit out something like that.
Why don't we try?
I don't know.
I think it takes some tinkering.
It spits out a lot of stuff real quick, like.
Sure, more rudimentary stuff, but something like that, that's well produced. So shout out to that listener. I don't know the exact name he would want to use on there, and I don't want to use what I assume is his real name.
Yeah.
So the listener knows who he or she is, and great work.
Jackson just doffed his cap.
He sure did.
I liked it.
Yeah,
I thought it was
where
pretty
that came
cool.
from.
Mm-hmm. This is the first one of these cornball songs that I don't hate. It's not bad at all. That's from Sharon. She's in Sanibel, but I think she's coming back to St. Louis tomorrow.
Youngry Birds is outstanding.
Youngry Birds is the jam, even though I got the sense when Victor Scott was with us yesterday that he recognizes that Martin is entertaining, but not necessarily high quality.
Yeah, I didn't realize at the time when I talked to him about it that he was a recording artist himself.
That's right. Yeah, he's got cred.
So I think he has a different ear for this stuff than we do.
Certainly.
But the Youngry Birds is fun. It's light. It's kind of like them flapping their arms, that whole bird thing they're doing, which I feel the team is only half on board with. Mm-hmm. They kind of do it. Yeah, we got to do it. But I would say this is one of my top listener-recorded songs.
Martin Kilcoyne's on board. Karen and Clayton's on board. It's all starting to happen here.
It was pretty nice.
How can Eric doesn't like it? Okay, fine. Then we get rid of it?
No, absolutely not.
Jackson and Eric, though, have a history.
Okay.
Yeah, it's true.
Even though you find him attractive.
I think it would be silly to deny that he is a handsome man.
Cut that off.
Oh,
What?
nothing. I would like to hear a
Are there
blues
men who are
song.
objectively handsome?
Yes, absolutely.
Chairman Kurt from off mic.
Like Glenn Powell. Like the Paul
Doug, you have to acknowledge that Glenn Powell is hot.
Not
Glenn
sure who
Powell
he
is
is.
like Bradley Cooper. These are just like Brad Pitt. These are just handsome men. Denzel, handsome men.
Can we get back to talking about the blues?
I think Jackson had in the Stiefel dossier, second segment, his list of handsome men.
And no real prompt around it. Just name them. Just start naming handsome men.
It is Cardinals Corner, Tim, officially.
Yeah, Cardinals Corner. Doug, the Cardinals are coming. Hold on, let me look at my script.
Tra-la.
Yeah, that's actually what my script says. Tra-la, tra-la.
Right.
2 of 3 from the Astros, 2 of 3 from the Phillies, 4 and 2 on the homestand. New York Metropolitans, you best be ready in Queens tonight.
It's all about the pitching. They're getting very good starting pitching. Steven Matz looked great yesterday.
Timely hitting.
Yeah, timely hitting. But when you get the kind of pitching that they've had here over the last week, you're going to win most of them, and that's what's happening.
And we got good pitching?
We got good pitching. They got good. We got good ball club. They got good ball club. They got good defense. We got good defense.
And no whammy on Vic Scott II on the show. He got himself, that was a great bunt.
Nice bunt.
Died right on the line there. He got a stolen base. He's up to 6 on the season.
6 stolen bases.
Yeah, he's up in the top 5, I think, in stolen bases. You got to walk or run. Friend of the show shouldn't be afraid to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it's the TMA bump. Miles Mikolas is going to be on the program at 9:30, and that'll follow Bernie Federko and Robert Thomas on the Stiefel dossier. And he's throwing tomorrow night, Martin?
Yeah, but if he gets lit up, it's not our fault because it's the day after.
See?
If he pitches well, it was a TMA bump.
See?
I'm starting to see now, Tim. You're right.
Starting to make sense. Yeah, you're welcome to get involved on the program. See if you can see. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in to the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You're also welcome to text in, as many friends do, at 314-399-9646, and email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And if you just want to talk with friends, both new and old, why, you go to youtube.com/TMASTL, where 250 have gathered this morning. And it is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat here on TMA. Ali Marmol talking about the Cardinal homestand, that if I would have been setting the over-under for wins, again, coming off of a bad series in Pittsburgh, losing 2 of 3, I would have probably set it at 2.5, and they covered that by plenty. We're going 4-2. Here's the Cardinal manager.
We're playing good ball, like we really are. The guys are going about it really well. I like our process, and that's all we can control. Obviously, yes, you like taking 4-6 here at home, but I like how we're doing it. We talked about it yesterday. We faced a good arm. We faced another one today, and just continued to grind our at-bats, and we got the big hit that we didn't have yesterday. And Newt with the homer came up really big there. So took advantage of certain things on the bases and continue to play good, solid baseball, but solid homestand for sure.
And making contact as hitters. They only struck out twice yesterday. Remember all those games last year where they'd strike out 13 times, 11 times? It makes a difference. They didn't score a whole lot of runs, but it puts pressure on the defense, and it helps everybody if you just avoid the strikeout.
Yeah, well, only one guy struck out. It was Wilson Contreras with 2, and he is now hitting a $145 as we approach the second half of April. Doug continuing to hit second, hitting 145 on the season, and strikeouts continue to be a problem. He is 69 at bats this year, 24 have ended in a strikeout.
Well, I blame the umpires.
Okay, all right.
He's not getting fair calls. I think you got to hang with him longer than this. I would just drop him down in the lineup. They got to get him right, but you don't have to get him right getting more bats than anyone else on the team except for Newt.
I share your opinion on that, sir.
A couple of good games over the weekend.
Mega dittos.
It is hard to know, even as a player, when you've turned the corner, because by Sunday, Monday, we're like, hey, Wilson, whatever. Oh, I got a new bat. All of a sudden, just feeling good for a second. You can see why a player would never want to say, yeah, I'm in a good spot now, or I got this, because it just changes quickly.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Padres, Tim, not only are they 15-4, they are 12-1 at home.
Can't win at Petco. Jackson, you have said Mike Schilt will be terminated.
Starting, the descent starts now.
You got to do better. You are winning 15 out of 19.
Yes,
that doesn't cut it.
How would you like to be in the National League West, where the Padres are 15-4, the Giants are 13-5, the Dodgers are 14-6, the Diamondbacks are 11-7, which would be good for first place in the NL East or the NL Central, but it gets you 4th place ahead of a team that they're getting together maybe and talking about some relegation for the Rockies. And they might play a few games at Afton Athletic Association this year, Doug, against the 2017 Cutest team.
They got a big field that could accommodate Major League Ball.
Teams are hitting 290 on the Rockies this year.
They're already 11.5 out of first.
They're 3-15. Even the White Sox are a tick better than that.
My White Sox over 53.5. We officially at the Tam Avenue Capital Partners are having an emergency board meeting on that play. They're 4-13, Doug, and we're now off the pace of winning 53.5 games, which is really tough to do. But yet, alas, that's where they are. National League Central, Cardinals a game and a half back. The Brewers have won a couple in a row. But the nice thing about the National League Central is everybody's just going to kind of hang out around 500. operating on the premise, of course, that the Pirates will continue to pay homage to their last 3 decades of futility and occupy the cellar. But everybody else is kind of lingering around 500. Cubs at 12-9 are in first place. Cardinals game and a half back, 4 against the Mets.
Maybe the biggest surprise in the National League has been the Braves.
Absolutely.
As bad as they are, 5-13, I think everyone thought they were a legit contender.
I'm going to keep waiting for them to get going. I think they'll get going.
Can't do anything right now.
And the Marlins, we saw them with their daily barbecue.
Yep.
Hovering around 500. It does seem the NL Central has a bit of an alliance. There's a lot of alliances. Like everybody kind of agrees.
We won't be too good if you won't be too good, and that way we can keep our payrolls down. Good. Let's go get them.
Hey, Jed, just to give you an update, we are signing Hellman. Okay. So they let him know when they're going to make a move, so nobody does anything too bold.
That late move to get Phil Maton has proved to be a good one. Yeah, he's been very good.
Guys, Cardinal win total was 76.5 wins. Do you think they will cover? My answer on that was yes. It wasn't a 5-star play, but if we talked about it, I think maybe in early March when those came out, I would be on the over on the 76.5, but it isn't a real strong passion play. The White Sox was my passion play for 2025. And, Doug, it's tough to feel badly when you've got a team winning 53.5 games and going over, and it's April 17th, but yet
you don't think you're going to get there.
Here we are.
It feels like the Cardinals could go either way, almost in a drastic way to me. Like some of these guys could kick it into a higher gear. Certainly someone like Contreras could.
Yes, he will. He will. I mean, he's at 145. That's going to increase. The power numbers are going to increase. The strikeout total is the thing that's concerning, as Brad Thompson observed. He's just having a tough time picking up these breaking balls, and that's what teams are doing. They're abusing that, and he's striking out.
Yeah. So I think the Cardinals have the potential, especially with the starting pitching showing some really positive signs here lately. Maybe they could kick it into a higher gear here and be considerably better than the original forecast were going to be.
So if one operates on the likelihood of Contreras improving, I would then tell you that if you're going to do this fairly, if I'm going to do it fairly, I don't want to put words in your mouth, then I also have to observe that the starting pitching most likely is going to experience a regression versus what they are at this point. It'd be great if it doesn't happen. But if I expect Contreras to improve, then the starting pitching, most of them anyway, I don't expect to continue at this pace. The thing that I have noticed about the team, but at the same time I made this observation going into the 2024 season, is I do feel like there is, and this isn't a narrative thing because we actually heard the guys saying it when we were sitting there face-to-face with them in Jupiter. I think they kind of like that they are being dismissed, I guess, and it is a sense of motivation as opposed to what is oftentimes said even by teams that are picked to win championships. Nobody expected us to do it. In this case, nobody expected them to do it. And I do sense that there's a little motivation, like us against the world thing going on. Mikolas is going to be with us at 9:30, and I feel like he was one of the people championing that going into the 2024 season. So I'll ask him about that because Miles Mikolas doesn't really hold back. He's at a point in his career, he's done just fine. And once you get to that point, usually guys are more than happy to say what's really on their mind. And I think he'll probably talk about that the team is motivated by the fact that they're dismissed, whether it be locally or nationally.
And he kind of joked about last year. He said, man, I was just trying to have some fun. He goes, it blew up in my face. He goes, then I had a bad year and it made it worse. Yeah. He usually, I will say to his credit, he can be frustrating, especially with the salary and then the ERA. Both are pretty high. And then he frustrates you, but if you talk to him, he's fairly candid about it. I think he said on this show, yeah, it's kind of like my high school career is like my big league career. I'll be good, and then the next year I'm bad, then the next year I'm good. Like I think he has a decent awareness. He does talk a lot about soft contact, but I think he's fun. He's good for business. Doug, I'll give you a quote or two you can use.
Oh yeah.
And that's what we're looking for. Yeah, solid start. That'd be nice. Just give me that good quote.
Hard to believe he could have had too many down years in high school.
Yeah.
And then be in the major leagues.
Yeah.
Although down there, You know,
Probably some good high school
that's
baseball
where the best
being played.
players usually are.
Yeah.
Let's see. The millennial says, I put $25 to win $750 for the Youngry Birds to win the Central. I'm smart. Doug, that's from the millennial. I don't know where he got odds. Let's see if I'm doing my math. That means the Cardinals, where he got it, were plus 3,000 if 25 pays 750. But tip of the cap to the millennial for having a bookie who doesn't know how to do math.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's the millennials' big win there. You're welcome to get involved and share your parlays and wagers here on the program. 314-399-9646. That's the main way people communicate. But then you got that YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. 276 in there talking it over, including to Aaron and St. Chuck, Allie Dubb, and they are both real life ladies. And I don't know if they're interested in being. Yeah, they are.
Really?
I've met them both. If they're interested in being in the Real Housewives of TMA, you're going to have a tough. I mean, you might have to have first cuts and then second cuts and then like a final audition. This is going to be tough.
I would think so. We'll just see who brings the heat.
And this is all going to be at Brio?
I think it should be on the patio out there.
All right. Looking forward to
Kind
this.
of patio season right now, does
patio
other than
season.
the storms.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out.
We're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Thank you, Dolly. And where is the show going to air?
Public access. It's going to be right after Worldwide Magazine.
Oh, I like that.
Pete Parisi
I miss
vehicle.
Pete Parisi.
That's correct.
I really miss him.
Is those the commercials that go on for 2 hours?
Nope, this was actually a locally produced, incredibly entertaining 1990s public access television show. A gentleman named Pete Parisi.
Was this the one where they did the square dancing?
That was actually on KMOV on Saturday nights. It was counter-programming to SNL. Because if you liked watching the line dancing show, good chance you weren't really interested in what Jan Hooks was up to.
Right. That's interesting.
Thank you.
Thank
you for the delicious validation.
Well, it's just it's interesting look back in the programming.
Our guy, friend of the show, Brad Straubinger, I think he started with
had a public access show. Brian McKenna had a public access show. I think it was called Jock Talk.
Jock Talk. Oh, and then Brad was like behind the headlines, but he would have Costas, and they'd be sitting by a pool somewhere.
Yeah, that's right.
I saw an interview he had with a young Stan Kroenke when he first got here.
Is that right?
And he was charismatic AF.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Just bubbling personality.
Oh, Brad. Easy, Brad. He's good at YouTube. I wonder is that available? I would love to hear
Doug,
what
is
that
that
sounded
available?
like.
I just don't know.
Okay, Chairman Kurt, I'm sorry. If you have time in the next few hours, it's Brad Straubinger, YouTube, Stan Kroenke. Type it in. See what we got.
Might be
Frank, how are you today?
There he is right there. Oh.
Why did he tell him that it matters? Why did he tell Enos it matters?
Aaron in St. Chuck has just issued a statement to the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and Sharon and Clayton. She says, I'm very familiar with housewives lore. I will be tough to beat.
Really?
Doug, you are going to have a very difficult decision.
Well, she doesn't have to beat anybody. We're
Got to beat out Sharon and Clayton.
I think we're just looking for three or four of them to sit here and bicker like cackling hens for a while.
Well, I mean, there's like 50 who want to be on the show now.
Oh.
It's not going to be easy.
We have to cut them down.
And you can email in. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today comes your way at approximately 10:45 on the program. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. And Martin is a client, and I'm a client, and Doug's a client. We recommend you become a client as well with Seth Goldcamp, longest-running sponsor on TMA. He's fourth generation. His great-grandfather started the business, and his grandfather and father carry on the tradition that Seth does of no upselling. You got an issue with your heating and cooling system, no problem. Design Air is going to come over and fix it, and you don't have to worry that when the service techs leave and he goes, oh, and by the way, we've got a little plan that could maybe save you money. You know what we call that, Doug? We call it upselling.
Okay.
And that's not what Seth's going to do. And that's why we recommend Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. It is 7:58 in St. Louis, Missouri. You are listening to 101 ESPN. You're watching on YouTube at youtube.com/TMA STL. The program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. You smell that, St. Louis? It smells like playoff hockey for your St. Louis Blues, and it starts on Saturday as the Blues take on the Winnipeg Jets. You can catch that game right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pre-game will start at 4 p.m., puck drop at 5 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
The puck drops, we on the go. Blues in the zone, putting on a show. Skate so fast like a lightning flow. St. Louis pride, let the spirit glow. We fight, we claw, we'll never stop. Stanley dreams will reach the top.
Like how you like this one?
Not bad.
I like the other one better.
Blues on fire, yeah, we're red hot.
Kind of ran out of words.
From the gateway arch to the rink so bright, the team shining under the lights.
Okay.
Stick in hand, goes
You're out. You just sold your stock.
That wasn't a good verse.
But then he just said game in hand.
It's a regular season song. CMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. And in 10 minutes, Bernie Federko is going to join us. At 9 o'clock, Robert Thomas, 9:30, Miles Mikolas, as the Cardinals are in New York to take on the Mets for 4. Blues and Winnipeg, we now know that Game 1 will be at 5 p.m. on Saturday. The rest of the schedule expected to be announced sometime this morning, and Jackson Burkett is monitoring that for you. In the Stiefel dossier, the question, Martin, for segment 7-3, which is what we are in now, it's called Yoff Talk. Doug, do you like that? Yoff Talk?
Well, I'm not sure.
It says, if you can, compare the vibes and gut feelings you had heading into the playoffs in 2022 or 2019 to the ones you have now with this team, what is something you could find in Game 1 that would give you more confidence? Doug, that's the question that Jackson Bennett Burkett asks in Yoff Talk.
Well, if they won Game 1, I would have more confidence.
If I found Dylan Holloway in the starting lineup, that would give me more confidence. I don't believe that's live, though.
If they can generate offense against Winnipeg, is a very good defensive team. The top goalie in the league right now. They really shut down the Blues a week ago, whenever they played up there last time. They really shut down the Blues offensively.
Yeah, that was 10 nights ago.
Yeah, so if they could turn that around, I'd feel better about things.
I think heading into 2022, which turned out to be a good playoff team, you didn't know who the goalie was, right?
I mean, Ville
Husso had supplanted Jordan Binnington. So you had a little goalie confusion. I think in 2019, you were excited because of the great finish they had, but you had no true expectation. You didn't know the run they were going to go on. I think everything now is sort of colored by that. Well, in 2019, because you still have Binnington, you still got Thomas and Sheen. You've got a handful of guys who were part of that. Because of that run, Doug's always saying anything can happen. But in all honesty, because they did win, I think you feel a little differently. I think you're probably more optimistic, even though this year you're the 8th seed. I just think because of that history, you're like, I don't know. I think we could do this. Did you think that in 2019? You were like, I think
Doug and I absolutely did. I can picture us at the KFNS studios, Martin, over in
Glory
Kirkwood.
days?
Salad days?
Halcyon days.
Doug likes the term halcyon days.
Just go to just get yourself whatever you want. Just shine right here. Just get yourself, get your sandwich for later too. Put it in the car, company car.
That we were saying.
Sorry, I just went somewhere in my head. I just can't shake it. I just can't shake it. It scarred me.
That it felt like a Stanley Cup caliber team. And I don't know how many playoff runs we've experienced here since this show started, certainly double digits, and that was never said before, which was what I was hearkening back to on my feeling on the 2025 Missouri basketball Tigers in the NCAA tournament. That turned out to be correct as they went on to beat Drake, Texas Tech.
No, they lost
Florida
to Drake.
Okay, I got something else here.
Okay.
But I do remember feeling that way. I did not feel that way in 2022, and I have to be honest with you because this is honesty in media, and I'm happy to be the heel. I do not feel that way about this team. I think that the Dylan Holloway thing is materially impacted where they are, and unfortunately, I am not particularly bullish. I will take your hate texts, and I will enjoy them.
Huh.
I think a lot of people are... I think people are looking at this as, hey, it'd be great if we made a run, but I don't think people are expecting much.
I'm already sassified to have the run that they had and the young core be able to do what they did and experience what they experienced. But when you combine with the Jets, the Avs, and the Stars, I mean, to get past both those, hey, it'd be wonderful. Thought they could do it in 2019. I don't feel that way. Now, I will say this. I didn't expect much in 2022, and I think that if Binnington doesn't get hurt, I think there's a damn good chance that they not only, of course, beat the Avalanche, but the Avalanche were the best team that was remaining in the Stanley Cup playoffs that year. Obviously, they went on to win it, but so, you know, bizarre things can happen in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and the Jets could experience an injury of their own, and all of a sudden, things change. But as of right now, my expectations do not come close to mirroring where they were in 2019.
No, I wouldn't expect them to win the whole thing, but what gives you hope and some confidence is since the break, they've been about as good as any other team in the league. There have been some other teams play very good who also feel like if they can get hot, they can win this baby. But the Blues showed that when they're rolling, they can play and beat anybody. That's what gives you some hope that they're not just here to get wiped off the map by the Jets and that'll do it. I think they have a whole lot higher expectations of themselves than that. Not to say they're going to get by the Jets, because it'll be a tough series for sure. But the way they have played, they have proven that when they put it together, they're as good as anybody.
The thing that would counter my fear is I thought that they were absolutely done. I mean, not even like given 10% that they weren't when Parayko went out. And they went off when Parayko was out. But we've seen the team without Holloway, and it just looks like a different team. But hey, you know what? Maybe it'll be able to carry over from what they were able to do against Utah on Tuesday night. I will be more than happy to eat my words, Doug, as the parade down market is June 14th at noon.
I don't have a date on that.
If you like the Blues to win the series, you can put $100 down and you will be handsomely rewarded with $180. The Jets are minus 220 to win the series. They are the second biggest favorite in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. The bigger favorite is two bigger favorites, actually. I take that back.
Washington?
That's correct. That is one of them. They are minus 300 against l'Habitant. Canadiens plus 250. And Doug.
I guess another one?
Yeah.
I guess Dallas, because someone had Dallas the most likely favorite to win it all, right?
I have to tell you, this makes no sense because Dallas is the favorite to win the Stanley Cup, but the Avalanche are the favorites to win the series. What am I looking at?
I don't know.
Colorado's minus 145, Dallas plus 125. I guess that might have to do with the Stars skid. Carolina is minus 260 to beat the Devils, and they are, of course, from the tri-state area.
Carolina?
Herb's got it covered.
Where are the Leafs and all of that? Did you say the Leafs?
I have not said the Leafs. They're minus 180 against Brady Tkachuk and the Senators.
So where do they fall in the Cup favorites?
Oh, as far as to win.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, to win it all. And I wonder if history factors.
Stars are still a favorite. The Leafs are plus 1,200, Martin, and they are just, that puts them 10th most likely of the 16 teams.
Wow.
How about that?
Isn't that a story?
And the Jets, the President's Trophy winning Jets, are right there with the Golden Knights, Capitals, and plus 1,100.
Yeah, so the Leafs won that brutal division, and they're the 10th most likely. I wonder, are they factoring in history? Because if you look at their season they had and the players they have, you'd say they should be higher than 10th overall.
And they finished the season as the hottest team in the league. 8-1-1 in the last 10.
Only 4 teams have lower odds than the Blues, the Wild, the Devils, the Senators, and the Canadiens. But that stands to reason. You know, it'd be a little weird if it were otherwise. The Blues are plus 3,000. The next closest team, the Kings, at plus 2,000.
Okay, well, let's just play it out. It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
I don't understand what that means.
Well, it means that every time you think you know exactly what's going to happen, usually it goes a different way.
Yeah, I think this is one you can truly enjoy, right? Because you're not as
absolutely
freaked out. Like, this is the year. We've got it. If we don't do it now, we're never going to do it. You don't feel that way at all. You're like, hey, this is going to be fun. We could beat the Jets. They're pretty good. Might not beat them, but let's go out and enjoy it.
That's right. That's right.
Right.
Doug, I'm already sassified.
Okay, we're making you feel better. And if Snuggerud can continue to definitely look like he belongs and get a little bit better, maybe he can fill the gap of some of the offense they don't have with Holloway.
People are pointing out the Jason Robertson injury last night. Yes, absolutely. That is a big concern for Dallas. But I want to point out that the exact same site that is listing the Avalanche now as the favorite in that series still has Dallas listed as the favorite to win the Cup. And I'm having a difficult time wrapping my mind around that.
Yeah, something's not right.
But the Stars are plus 700, Oilers plus 800, Panthers plus 800, and Avalanche plus 825. Hell, I don't know.
No, I don't either. No.
You know what I do?
What?
I report and you decide. That's exactly right. Bernie Federko is going to give us his opinion. He's joining us coming up next. It's CMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. If you're someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, well, I'll make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation, and he's going to help you every step of the way. You can call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. If this is a new home you're looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible, and he will also help you out with that Bagel Loan that can help you out as well. What is the Bagel Loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And we are in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Coming up at 9 o'clock, we'll be joined by Robert Thomas at 9:30. Cardinal starter Miles Mikolas. And at 10:45, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Right now, it's our pleasure to welcome to the program the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko. Good morning, Bernie.
Tim, how are you?
I am wonderful. How are you, sir?
Everything is great, thank you.
It is going to be wonderful to see the Blues back on the ice in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I want to start with this. The way the team not only won on Tuesday night, but the game they played from the outset, setting a tone, dominating early on, to the point that the outcome really never was in doubt. I loved seeing that, especially coming off the road trip that I know did not live up to what they were hoping to be able to do when they went out west. What did you like about what you saw on Tuesday night as they wrapped up the regular season?
No, I would agree with you. I mean, they knew they had control of their own destiny, and they came out and they played like they wanted to win it. I mean, that's kind of the way they played over the course of the last month. I mean, yes, there was, I think, a little bit of reprieve there on that road trip. I think maybe fatigue was kind of set in a little bit, and I think mentally when you go on the road a little tougher, you're going into tough buildings, it makes it more difficult. But, they took over control like they did when they came out of the Four Nations. Now, whatever it was, it was that intensity. It was the way they had the need to win the games, and everybody. It was not just a couple of guys. It was the whole team, and it was once again it was back to that team effort where it was rolling line after line. The defense were involved in the offense, and of course they always get good goaltending. It was just you could see they wanted it, and I think that's with the way you have to play when you're in that situation.
Bernie, how big of a factor is it that the Blues won't have Dylan Holloway for the Winnipeg series or maybe the rest of the playoffs?
Well, I think it's huge, Doug. I mean, when you look at the chemistry that the Shen line, with Shen and Kyrou and Holloway, I mean, they, as we talked about, many times they were playing as good as any line in the entire league. So when you had them going, and of course you had the Robert Thomas line, I think Vucinovic is playing now the best that he's played all season long. And no matter who's playing on that line, you had whether it's Neighbors or you can put Bolduc or whoever on that line with Stungerud now even. You've got two lines that can really basically fly around out there, and certainly it's harder to check a team when you have two really fantastic lines like that. And now to have him not in the lineup certainly hurts because it changes not only the chemistry of the hockey team, but it changes the dynamics of the way the team plays because you're missing one of the key players.
Bernie, how much of a factor is it for Winnipeg? They're going to hear about it, their playoff history for their last 5 trips. They've been bounced in the first round. That includes the Blues, beating them in 2019. And I know this year's different. But a lot of those players have been around, and I'm sure they'll hear it repeatedly. How much does that affect a player or a team?
Well, Martin, I think it probably has to affect them. I mean, and now especially when they've won the President's Trophy. I mean, this is the first time they've ever won that. So when you look at their record, 55 wins or 56 or whatever they had now, this is the year that they're supposed to be that much better. But yes, I think in the back of their minds, they're always going to say, okay, they've got beaten in the first round the last couple of times after having great years, and yeah, it's going to be a factor, and I think it's something that's going to be talked about in the locker room. They're going to try, obviously, to overcome that. But I think that when there's any doubt at all, it really is going to affect you. And, they've got, I mean, if Ehlers doesn't play, he's a key guy there on that team as well. So, I mean, they are stacked. I mean, they're a real good hockey club. But, if you're looking for a bad bounce, it can happen. And really funny thing about that is if you get a bad bounce and you lose a game, all of a sudden it's not just them thinking in the locker room. I think it's the national press, the Canadian press is going to jump all over it and say, is this it? Here we go again. So I think there's going to be a lot of extra pressure on them for this entire series.
It feels like it. I don't know if you agree with this, but it feels to me like if there's any goalie that could steal a couple wins for you in the playoffs, maybe Bennington is that guy because he's come up so big in so many big games in the past. Do you feel that way, too, that he could be an X factor?
Absolutely. I mean, he is I said it even earlier, a month ago. If the Blues get into a playoff position, no one's going to want to play against it because of Binnington. I mean, he is the X factor. And I think that when you look at this series, I mean, with Hellebuck and Bennington. I mean, you've got two. The two. You know what? I think two of the four best goalies in the league. I think you got funny. It's the other series is going to be Bobrovsky against Vasilevsky in the Florida series there in the first round there. So you've got two series with the four best goalies in the league, and two of them are going to be gone in the first round. So yes. I think this puts a lot of extra pressure on Hellebuck. I think it's going to be fun to watch, and certainly they're going to be concerned about the way Bennington plays.
Bernie Federko, our guest here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. He joins us every Thursday talking it over. Now we're talking playoff hockey. Big picture perspective, and you got a chance to see this firsthand, both playing and now as a part of the broadcast team over the years. From my standpoint, even if the team were not to go on a deep run this year, there's great value and accomplishment in what has already taken place, in particular since the Four Nations, because this young core got a chance to not only play essentially playoff caliber hockey over the last couple of months to get themselves into this position, and then now they get an experience of, at the very least, going up against the President's Trophy winning team, and who knows what they will do from there. So having played it, Bernie, and having seen teams when you're on the broadcast team, what does this do for these guys who are now the future core, the foundation for the Blues going forward to get this experience?
It's a big factor. I mean, it's the belief factor that you know that you can get it done. I mean, I think that it's funny. I think I said it the other night, is that when you look at the power play right now, on the first unit, you have Bolduc and Snuggerud were both out there with Robert Thomas on the first power play unit. I mean, that bodes well going into the future, because you got two kids, one's 20, one's 21 or 22, that are already on the power play on a real good hockey club the way they're playing right now. So yeah, I mean, the factors are always there. Is that when you get the experience, I mean, and playoff hockey for these kids, I mean, and they've played hockey, you know, in junior, and they played in college, and I mean, Snuggerud just coming through with what was going on with the playoffs with college hockey. I mean, it's a total different ballgame now getting into this now. I mean, the intensity that we saw now over the course of the last month, and the Blues played at a high intensity, for 3 weeks straight, winning all those games in a row. Now the intensity comes up even a notch higher. And it's funny, unless you've experienced it, you really can't even see it. But it's the want and the desire is so much greater when you're battling against that guy across from you right now. When playoff hockey starts, I mean, the intensity is so much higher, and I think this is a really good experience for all the young kids, and even for the guys that have been there. They know how much different it is, how much harder it is, and they can probably try to tell the kids that too. And you can't explain it until you're really into the middle of the game, and now the kids are really going to get the experience of that.
Bernie, when you look at Jimmy Snuggerud, is there a comp for him? Does he remind you of anyone? And what do you think ideally they wanted? Like sprinkle him in a little bit, but not need him, whereas now it's almost like he's part of the mix.
Yeah, it was a blessing in disguise the way he came in. With Holloway getting hurt, and all of a sudden you've got a guy that you don't know if he's really that skilled. I mean, you've heard that he's skilled. I mean, he's played at that level in college, and I mean, he's fit in really, really well. I mean, I've been very impressed with the way his hockey sense is out there. He makes plays. It's reactionary. As soon as he gets the puck, he knows exactly what he's going to do with it, whether it's make a pass or take a shot. I mean, he really hasn't scored yet with a goal. He hit the breakaway the other night. We thought he was going to score there, but he made a good move and ended up with a shot that came off the pads, at least that Chen was able to score on. But he is going to be a really good player from what I see. I mean, he was there was a lot of hype about how good he was, and he didn't come. Made the decision to go back to college last year, and now that he's here now, he certainly could have played all season long, because I think he does have that skill set in the hockey sense to be able to play.
When the playoffs roll around and the adrenaline level gets jacked up for everybody, does it make you want to put on the skates maybe one more time, take a shift on the power play, set up behind your office?
Oh, yeah.
Only if I could stand in one position. That would be it.
Skates.
I don't think. You know what? And it's really hard for me to tie my skates now. I don't really enjoy doing that. So no, Doug, I'm happy where I am, but it's really fun to be able to watch playoff hockey again, especially with the Blues involved. I mean, I love this time of the year watching it. I wish it would not take so long. I mean, I wish they would start playing some of these 2 games in 3 nights or whatever they do to the regular season, and kind of speed it up, because I mean, it's hard for the guys even to continue to drag and drag and drag. But it's fun hockey now for the next couple of months, and hopefully the Blues can. I think that they've proven where they are right now. 96 points. They didn't back into the playoffs right now, and I think they find themselves in a situation that if they can get some good bounces, and hey, they've got great goaltending. Who knows what they can do with a run once again? Maybe they can do what they did in 18-19. Who knows what can happen?
Bernie, did you know they called them Winnipeggers? Because Randy Bachman Turner Overdrive, moved his concert from Saturday night to the Blues the Jets could play that playoff game. And he said, as a Winnipegger, I'm a Jets fan. So BTO, you were probably rocking down the highway. You were probably a big BTO guy. They're huge in Canada, are they not?
Absolutely, they are. Yes, they are. And so, Winnipeg. The whole of Winnipeg. Is going to be what I think. Did I not notice that the government there, the provincial government, set aside some money so they make sure they can have some parties in the street there outside the building for the time there. So it's going to be. It's a big thing. It's still a little bit of winter though, I'm sure there, so it's going to be a little bit chilly outside, but. But certainly, it's going to be really a big factor, and I'm not surprised that they would move the concert. The hockey comes before anything up there, and certainly it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
That's Foam Laker, Bernie Federko. Because if you're from Winnipeg, you're a Winnipegger, Doug.
Right.
If you're from Foam Lake, you're a Foam Laker.
It would make sense.
Sure.
Yeah.
Listen, if you're from St. Louis, why aren't you a St. Louiser?
Oh,
that's a great question.
Well, you could well be.
It must be a Canadian thing. So blame it on that.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I blame the Canadian. I'm anti-Canada at this moment because we've got the Jets and they must go down.
I would agree with you.
Look at that. I got Bernie to turn against his home country. How about that?
That's breaking news. Bernie, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks, fellas. You guys have a great day.
You too. That's Bernie Federko, the Hall of Famer, joining us here on TMA, Callier and Thompson, phone lines 101 ESPN, giving us his perspective on the Blues and the Jets. Still, as of this morning, the playoff schedule not announced, expected to be announced this morning, but just game one, Saturday, 5 p.m. We know that. And then, Doug, we will find out the rest of the festivities, but we know this. Blues and Jets, Saturday, 5 p.m.
Programming news. Quick update. Robert Thomas texted me they has to postpone until tomorrow at 8:30.
Doug, it's a programming news and notes.
Yeah.
You tell him no.
Yeah, I think
he needs to drop whatever he's doing and come on this program.
I think that's probably the right thing to send back is just no.
You think that would play well? No dice?
Nope.
Say either you call in now or we give your slot tomorrow to Chairman Steve. It's up to you, really, RT.
Yeah.
Tim, you like fun with numbers?
I do like fun with numbers, actually.
So the Winnipeg Jets started the season 8-0. Then they were 15-1. Jets started the season 15-1. So since then, we're talking about a 66-game sample size. The Jets had 86 points over that stretch. The Blues had 82. So really, since that you don't take it away, but since that 15-1 start, the Blues and Jets, their records are pretty similar.
That is fun with numbers.
Yeah, that's
good times.
I'm just trying to bend it in our direction, is what I'm saying there, and you got a chance. Although I was talking to Cam Jansen yesterday on TV, and he said, we just did that game. And he said, when you go to a game and you're not working the game, he said, you're shaking everyone's hand. He goes, you grab a beer, you're watching on TV. He goes, you play with the dogs. He said, but when I called the game, he said, I'm watching every second. And he said, boy, they're pretty good. He goes, I don't want to depress anybody, but he goes, Curbs and I are in the booth in Winnipeg. And that was a close game. And he said, I'm just watching. He goes, I know what we're all talking about, their history. He said, they're pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So you've got to keep that in mind. But I thought it's interesting since that start, which gave them such a huge advantage in that division, and the Blues division. They were 15-1, but since then, the Blues are just about right there.
Yeah,
in terms of points.
If anything, it speaks to how great the Blues were.
The push.
In particular, to get to that push, because it's not like Winnipeg. I mean, obviously, you're going to fall off from a 15-1 pace, but it's not like they fell off substantially. They were able to get to 116 last night by winning in overtime against the Ducks, who enjoy losing in overtime to wrap up their season. That was kind of something they wanted to do. Said, hey, game's 81-82. Let's have a lead and let's lose it late in Minnesota, then lose in overtime also in Winnipeg, and let's go home, and I'll see you on the tee box at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And they did it. So tip of the cap.
They were ready for it to be over.
The thing about the Jets versus, say, if the Blues are playing a Stars or Avs team, or even though it's a short history, VGK, and they had 116 points, is I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, this is kind of something I observe with college football, how brand names get more hype than actually what rosters would tell you. Alabama, I think, would be an example if you can think back to the college football season. And I think that might be some of what's going on here with Winnipeg as we make the observation that why are they the 10th longest odds to get to win the Stanley Cup considering the season that they had, is that there is a perception that they're kind of not for real just because they haven't been in their history. In other words, if the Blues were going up against a team that won the President's Trophy, had the goaltending that they had in both Winnipeg and Hellebuck, and let's say that they were dealing with Denver, kind of like the 2022 Avs, it'd be like, oh my God, they are up against it. And yet I think around St. Louis, a lot of people kind of think the Blues are going to win the series. And I don't think that was necessary. Certainly you always hope as a fan, but deep down you kind of know where you are in the hand, so to speak. And I think part of that, and I think that also goes around North America too, I don't think it's limited to St. Louis, is because it's the Jets and they have the famed history of coming up short when there are expectations. And I think if this were the Avs or Stars with the same roster, I think that people might think differently of it. You follow me on that?
Yeah, and you said the Stars are still the favorite to win it all, and yet nobody's playing worse than the Stars as the playoffs start. They've lost 7 in a row. They're playing as poorly as they have all year long, and somebody still sees them as the favorite to win it all.
No.
And there is sort of a DNA to a franchise. Like, I think of Colorado in the playoffs, dangerous, always. Dallas, I'm on, they'll lose in the second round. Like, I don't have that vibe about a franchise. Like, the Stars are going to make a deep run. I know they won the Cup in '99. But for the most part, and as good as they are, when you see, hey, you got to go through Dallas, Doug, does that have you shivering a little bit? No? Colorado, like, oof, kind of want to avoid Colorado, even though the Blues have beaten them a ton lately. I just think there is, like Vegas, that roster, you say, boy, I would like to avoid Vegas. Kings, as good as they are, it doesn't, like,
and in the
give
East,
you that sense.
And in the East, it's the opposite, where Toronto has got a very good team this year. And because they haven't won it since the 60s, you think, they won't win it again. I think with Craig Berube there at the helm, I think Toronto is a very dangerous team.
No matter what, Blues in, Blues out. I enjoy watching the drama that is the Toronto Maple Leaf experience in the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's its own reality show. It's kind of Rory McIlroy-esque in that you follow it because you know it's going to be a roller coaster in some capacity and may have as much talent as anybody in the field. But inevitably, there's going to be anarchy. Berube will be told within the next, I would imagine, 48 to 72 hours. He doesn't know what he's doing. Austin Matthews is garbage. Mitch Marner needs to go. All of these things are going to happen. We can count on that. I mean, you've got 8 coaches who I would imagine damn near all of them, probably not here, in part because of the regular season, in part because it's his first year, but who are going to be talked about for losing their jobs over the next 2 weeks, even though right now most of the fan bases are hopeful / expecting their team to go on a deep run. That's the nature of the thing. So when you can take a step back and kind of exhale and observe these things without some of the emotion and or biases that come with teams' histories, which are really immaterial to what goes on now, because the Blues had a bad history going into 2019, that it can all change. I mean, the Red Wings they were doormats before they started their run in the mid-1990s.
Red Army.
Yeah, and a sustained run. So I just think that's kind of a factor in this thing, even though it's an odd thing, that you go, yeah, it's the Jets. They can beat the Jets. Well, why? The Jets are, like Cam was telling you, that's a damn good team. Of course, it doesn't matter. I mean, in 2019, the President's Trophy winning team was Nurse.
President's Trophy in 2019.
Oh, my God!
Lightning, they lost in round 1.
Jackie Papers! Papers?
Is that when they got swept in round one?
By Columbus.
Papers!
Hold on.
Where's this coming from?
Hold
Martin,
on.
what just happened to your boy?
Hold on. Did you guys workshop this ahead of time? Was this a
No,
bit?
we've never prepared for one thing in 21 years.
Here's what I'll do. Golick, you bring it up, and then I have the definition in front of
Mike
me.
Greenberg?
Yeah, they would have bits where Golick would just say, what does onomatopoeia mean? Well, it's funny you ask. I believe we have the definition right here. And it felt like it had been planned out at 4:30 with the executive producer. Was that Vince that came up with that bit?
Doug, was that Vince?
I don't know who Vince is.
I felt like, and so this one,
Papers
Jackson,
has been baiting us the whole time, and it turns out he's Peter Puck.
It's a real Slumdog Millionaire moment where like something just led to that and I knew it.
good or bad?
Slumdog Millionaire, good, but also a movie that didn't help winning Best Picture.
Oh, wow. I thought it was pretty good.
It's
Yesterday, what was it? Unremarkable?
Argo.
Argo.
Incredible story, but just, unremarkable Best Picture.
So how did you happen to have that
something like
lightning
that.
knowledge available?
I don't know. I just remember that vividly.
How about this from the 618? I've never been more proud of Action Jackson in my life.
Really?
Maybe Bob T will call it now.
Yeah, maybe he's going to call it.
That's just part of the Action Jackson experience, always keeping you on your toes. You never know what you're going to get, box of chocolates and such.
We usually know. But that time we didn't.
I would say, well, that's what keeps you on your toes.
Jackie's all grown up, and he's all grown up. I have never been so proud to the dismay of my kids. That's from Shooter McGavin.
That was a big moment.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, some things you just kind of know, and feel free to wing it out there.
Just drop it. You're going to be hanging with Shirtsy tonight at the MAC. He's excited to see you.
You
Look
guys
at this.
bond.
Josh Schertz, he's a wonderful gentleman.
Yeah,
He is a wonderful
you.
gentleman.
He's a great coach.
Yeah,
and,
Dickie V talking tonight at the MAC. That's going to be fun. You're a ball guy. You're going to be. Are you going to cry? You think during? Dickie
I
V's
can't
speech?
imagine.
Okay.
You have to wear a coat and tie to this thing.
Martin, you were hoping for more there.
Would you think I was like?
Well, how excited are you to see Dick Vitale? Better.
I'm very.
The holidays, right? Sometimes we just have bad questions.
I'm very excited. But am I going to weep? No, I'm not going to cry.
He might.
Yeah, he cries.
He does.
I love a guy who wears
Dick
his emotional
Vitale
sleeve.
getting emotional is a 5-star play. It's
Yeah.
minus 350, and you might as well play it.
He'll bring up Jimmy V, and that will probably.
You think he'll bring up a lot of Irish guys? Martin, are you going to monitor that for
Who's
me?
the most famous Irish guy in basketball ever? Red Auerbach, Irish?
He was Jewish.
Yeah.
Oh.
You were
One for us.
Dickie V was hanging out on the hill yesterday. He got emotional seeing the home of Yogi Berra. And,
Is that right?
Yeah.
Was that like a social media thing?
Yeah, he posted it on his Facebook.
Really?
Did he?
Oh, that's
I love
awesome.
that.
He did, I forget the spot, but I think he did dinner at a spot out there and then posted a picture standing over the plaque on the sidewalk.
How
said
about
it was,
that?
Yeah.
I need to know where he dined.
Ooh, what do you think? Cheetos?
I mean, there's so many damn good places. What are you
Yeah.
going to do?
Giovanni's.
I bet the Cheetos.
Dominic's is really good.
I'd get the Nana special at Adriana's and just to eat that out in front at night.
I don't even know if they're open.
But the
That's
question
why
remains:
you'd be out front.
That's right.
greatest Irish basketball player of all time?
Or just involved in basketball.
I guess I have to be in the conversation. I hope that doesn't come off weird.
No, I would think so.
Mount Rushmore.
I had those 6 threes in the fourth quarter against Seven Holy Founders. Was that the day that Missouri lost to Northern Iowa in the first round?
I don't know the days, Tim.
Chase Bunger, Irish.
St. James the
Is
Great.
Kevin McHale? Would he
Ooh,
be
that's a good
Irish?
call right there, Martin.
Nice.
But that's all I got. That's kind of sad.
Hey, Jackson, have
Larry
you been watching that
McBird?
Celtics Bill Simmons thing?
I'm only through like the first episode and then part of the second one. I haven't.
That's right where me and my betrothed are.
Not because I dislike it. It's just there's so much
St.
going
Louis
on.
took some hits.
Yeah,
in the early going.
the first episode I really
Bill
enjoyed.
Russell situation. The STL Today commenter still paying tribute to that mindset. But the series is outstanding, and I understand that a guy from that team who was famous for never talking actually did a great interview, and now that they're in the 1980s of the Celtics and the relationship with Boston and the NBA, and that's Robert Parrish. I don't know if anybody.
yeah.
He never talks, but he did an extensive interview for that episode.
Nicknamed Chief, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Now,
I didn't know he never taught.
so yeah, we started watching the new John Hamm. Martin, I think you can call this vehicle Your Friends and Neighbors. Ooh, I told people about adolescence, and I've had more people DM or text me or email me about that thing. Have you watched that, Doug? Did you say you watched that?
No.
Oh my goodness. Sweet mother of mercy.
It's called
Martin.
Friends and Neighbors.
So the John Hamm one is, I think, Your Friends and Neighbors, or maybe it's Friends and Neighbors.
Yeah, Your Friends and Neighbors.
Okay. Yeah, we made the mistake like starting that last night at 9 o'clock. It's just an anxiety festival. It's entertaining, recommendation, and then Adolescence, which I think is Netflix.
Yeah.
Oh, ha, yeah.
Now, what are those noises?
Onomatopoeia.
It's like a Tom Petty song. Yeah. Yeah. Chris Mullen's Irish. Bill
Okay.
Walton.
Chris
Irish
Mullen,
roots.
another great flat top, Doug.
Oh, that's right.
He could have been in Hoosiers.
How about Shaquille O'Neal and Tracy McGrady?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dickie V had dinner at Lorenzo's.
All right. The Trattoria.
I like Lorenzo's.
John Stockton, Irish. It's not a long list, is what I want to tell you.
No. But Kevin McHale is, and I think of the people.
He's on the Mount Rushmore.
Well, you said Stockton. That's probably the answer then.
I didn't know. Also.
Ed Macaulay, would he have been Jewish? Probably. Macaulay?
Cut that
off.
I didn't say Jewish. Irish. Oh, God.
I thought you were doing it.
It's already in the archives.
And we've already.
It's right there with Frank talking about Arnold Palmer.
It's another point for us.
Call in Macaulay family.
Jewish. Irish.
What about
what are those sounds you made? I need to do that again.
Adolescence. Your friends and neighbors, John Hamm, Amanda Pete, and Olivia Munn.
There's a little D at the end.
I think you in particular, even though I have no idea how, like I'm a 48-year-old in a 25-year-old's mindset and a 6-year-old's body.
Right.
You're a 27-year-old in like a 45-year-old's mindset. Would you say that's fair?
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Some
I think you would
things.
really enjoy it.
All right.
Even though the things that John Hamm are going through, damn near no 27-year-old is going to go
It is
through.
on Apple, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I like
Major
Apple.
recommendation, Doug. But Netflix has Adolescence. Major recommendation, especially since there are no edits. But yeah. Wow. Ooh. Yeah.
Okay.
Pat Riley, Irish.
Gotta be.
That's the play.
No,
That's the answer.
No, I have to be honest. I looked it up because I'm like,
That's
how
the
am I
play.
missing?
Yeah, Pat Riley's a good call.
Shaquille O'Neal, I totally missed, and then Pat Riley as the coach.
And we decided the greatest Jewish basketball player
Macaulay.
was Ed Macaulay.
Yes. Gosh. The Jesuit-educated
Amari Stoudemire.
deacon at St. Genevieve du Bois.
His family might want to call in to debate that. That'd be a good Wheel of Fortune. Ed Macaulay Calkin. That would be a great.
That actually wouldn't be bad. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Robert Thomas has told us he cannot join us at 9 o'clock now, but Jackson says it doesn't matter. You will be joining us at 9 o'clock. He was not open to that response, so he said, how about tomorrow at 8:30? Yeah. Miles Mikolas at 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up at 10:45. That is your Stiefel dossier here on TMA. It is TMA, presented by Brian Crouppen. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Jackson calls it Snooks. I call it Schnooks. They're all around the St. Louis area. For all your grocery needs, you stop by your friendly neighborhood. It is Schnooks. I think it is, yes. Schnooks is what it's called, and they've got the Great Rewards app. Download it on your phone, and that means you'll be getting points every time you shop. There are double points days. They'll alert you to that. They'll send you reminders, digital coupons. You can also use the app when you're not sure where an item is, you're searching for, you got the list made out. Oh, my gosh, I don't know where to. It'll tell you what aisle it's located in. You could also use the app for delivery, for curbside. Everything you need is in that app. Make sure you download the Schnooks Rewards app. You're going to get money back when you check it out. You let them know what your rewards is, and then they'll say, hey, you got $10, $20. Want to use it towards your purchase, or you can save it for down the road. Again, double points days. Surprises on your birthday, a little treat for you. It's all part of the great service you get at Schnooks. They've been saving you money as best they can on your groceries, and now you can even save more with the Schnooks Rewards app. Download it today.
Under the arch, we bring the fight. Benny in the net, holding the line tight. Blues charging forward in the playoff light. Joe Boozler got us on a roll. Thomas and Cairo gonna light up the goal. With a note on our chest, we won't stop or flop. 2025, we're bringing home the cup.
Doug, how you like this one?
I don't mind it. This is the country version. I would like something with kind of a Mills Brothers feel to it, a vibe, something old school, catchy, charming, sing along
Like
with
the
it.
Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la?
Something like that, yeah.
Papers, how'd you like that?
If I had to rank, so those are the three we've played. We've played three of them.
And these were all sent in by the same artist.
Yeah.
Emailed to me, Doug.
I believe that it goes for me chronologically. The first one we played was my favorite, then the second one, then that one. Personally.
Okay.
Doug, the rankings are in from Jackson.
All right.
Robert Thomas is going to join us tomorrow now. There's an update to your Stiefel dossier at 8:30. Miles Mikolas is going to join us coming up at 9:30. Cardinals and Mets this evening in New York City. Palante against... the Mets were thinking about calling up their top pitching prospect because... the hell's the guy's name? He's on my fantasy. Griffin McKernan, is that it? He was sick?
Yeah, that's who they have listed on.
Right, but now I think they're going to have him start instead. So, Anyway, Cardinals with 4 against the Mets. And, Doug, the Cardinals are coming tra-la, tra-la. Now, the Cardinals have a good road trip and then come back home for a Friday night game against the Brewers. And the Blues game is not on that Friday night. And Martin, it's 75 degrees in St. Louis. Do we see a material increase in attendance for that game?
If the Blues are not playing.
Yes, absolutely. We got to take that out because that would not be fair.
And we're looking at the Blues Charlie's excited about the Brewers series.
Yeah, he always is.
I think if they have a good road trip, I think it'll incrementally go up. I think a little bit, just the weather gets better, team's playing well. I don't think it'll be significant, but I don't think it'll go backwards. I think as empty as it's been, as long as they're playing decent, get a little bit closer to summer, I think it'll go up just a little tick at a
smidgen.
Yeah, I think a tick at a time. Nothing dramatic.
I don't think it can go backwards. If it went backwards, there'd be nobody in the building. So I would think it'll start to pick up.
I do think that more and more people are starting to go, I kind of like watching this team play. And at the same time, I don't really know what it is because there isn't necessarily a style. But people have texted that in plenty since the season started. And I think, but that hasn't translated to attendance to date. So that's why I ask, with the Phillies series, they were coming off a bad road trip, swept in Boston, winning 1 in Pittsburgh. I understand, even though you're facing a great team and, 2 damn good pitchers in Nola and Wheeler. This one, okay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, weather pretty damn good. All right, now, what if you have the Blues playing on Thursday and Saturday as an example, which is what it could be. We think
if Cat Williams plays ball.
That's right. And so then now what do you have on that Friday? And either way, you're going to have Saturday and Sunday day games against the Brewers. You would like to think the weather, temperature-wise, at the very least, would be accommodating. And I'm just trying to get a gauge on it. So I ask people in the audience, are you now more apt to go to a Cardinal game, whether it be because of the fact that at this point, they're at 500, or are you still like, nah, not interested? I'm either choosing not to go or it's just not worth it to me for financial reasons, the cost of all of the experience when you include parking and ticket and concessions. I'm trying to get a gauge, Doug. I'm trying to get a gauge. Okay. That's where I'm trying to go.
I think maybe much of the fan base was so turned off by what didn't happen over the offseason that they were prepared to be angry and upset with the team and turn it off. And it might just take a while to reverse that. Even if the team is a contender this year. It's going to take a little while for that disappointment and the anger maybe over what they did in the offseason.
This gentleman has sent this text in 3 times in the last 90 seconds, and all in caps,
So
one
it must
exclamation
be
point.
read.
That's correct. That's the way that works.
Right.
If you want to know the secret to your text being read, send it in 3 times in 90 seconds in all caps with exclamation points. Screw the Cardinals! They're taking fans away from the Battlehawks! It's from the 636.
What?
Jackson didn't like it.
I think the Battlehawks are disappointed that they're going more head-to-head with baseball. In all honesty, I think that league in St. Louis, if the UFL was playing in late February, more games in March, and now they're kind of falling into soccer and baseball season more so, whereas before it was just a little bit of soccer competing. So I think actually the Cardinals playing now is, believe it or not, I know they're probably being sarcastic. I think it is affecting Battlehawks sales a little bit. Big game with Arlington. Tim, did you see that Wade Phillips stepped aside?
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't know what that's about, but he's an older I don't know why he's doing it even. Coaching the Brahmas. Doug,
Yes,
you like the
indeed.
Brahmas?
I don't mind the nickname, yeah.
Okay.
The champions, and I saw that. I was reading about that yesterday, that Wade Phillips, for undisclosed reasons, stepped aside. And it sounds like it might be final, even though that's not what I mean, he started coaching in 76, I think.
His Twitter handle is Son of Bum.
That's right. Working with his father, Bum. Guys, I actually got the FanDuel app, and I'm loving it. I actually feel a bit more connected with the team. I almost feel like those who are actually starting to stream might actually gain better with the team there, since you actually have great direct access now, and it feels pretty affordable. I'm actually interested if we get a boost to the viewer numbers. I'm watching every game on my phone, laptop, etc. It's from the 3 and 4. Gotten a lot of those texts, and that one surprises me. Even though I am in that camp, I kind of thought I was in like a 0.5% of the Cardinal fan base of the TV thing playing a role in it. But there are a lot of people now that that app is more accessible to those who are not, take your pick of whatever subscribers that haven't had the television issues over the last few years, that people are now watching. Because I think part of the issue, is strange as it is that for a handful of years, people are like, I guess I'd watch, but I can't get the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to switch providers again so I can watch. So now that people can get it, and it is easy, certainly easier, the easiest was when you just hit channel 37 and went to your cable, and there it was. But it's much more accessible this year, that people are watching and enjoying it and seeing some young players, and you start to go, okay, they might not do much this year, but I can see this guy being a key guy, and you start to see some development. I think that might be where it comes from.
Yeah, I think so. It's a big selling point for everybody to watch the game, get to know the players a little bit better.
Yeah, might be on my whimsical side. I'm very in touch with my whimsical side.
Oh, yeah.
Put that off.
And this isn't something that's really quantifiable, but it just looks like the team has a little bit more fun than it had in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And again, this could be...
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I do agree with you on that, and I don't necessarily know why, because there isn't all that much of change year over year. I can't imagine in any capacity that Paul Goldschmidt was like, hey, we can't... Paul Goldschmidt just went about his business.
Right.
Super kind guy. Almost apologetic. I think he did the same thing with you, Martin. We'd do interviews, and he'd go, I'm sorry. We'd get done, and I go, hey, man, there's nothing to apologize for. You are who you are.
It was at the end of the whole season last year. We knew he was basically leaving, and I said, hey, because I'd asked him something about his future. I said, have you talked to the team? What have they told you? And he said, I'm going to keep that to myself. It was kind of an awkward cutoff question. Then after he said, sorry, man, I said, no, it's fine. I don't care at all. I said, I appreciate you always being available. Just kind of sort of thanking him for his level of cooperation for 6 years. And he said, he goes, I know I don't really give you guys much to work with, which I kind of respect it.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, hey, that's somebody's personality. God bless him, And hey, he is pro through and through. Lance Lynn is incredible amusement. Kyle Gibson, great guy. I think he's going to be on the program coming up. So I'm just going, okay, why has that sense changed? But I do get the same sense.
Maybe it is something, and not because of the way Goldschmidt conducted himself at all, because as you guys just said, first class, just wasn't necessarily the most outgoing with media, but something about like the players, the younger players, the younger birds, knowing that Goldie was leaving the offseason and Arenado was rumored to be traded, and it was kind of like, all right, so it's going to be on us, and we're going to do it a certain way, much more, probably a more fun, energetic kind of way. And I've noticed it.
How about this? Young guys not afraid of being benched or sent down after a bad game equals the team having more fun. I like that Masters thesis.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that.
I really like that text that comes from the 314.
If you ship out Jordan Walker for 3.5 months and you're in that room and you're like, that dude is like the next big thing, and they can ship him out for, oh my God.
None of us are safe.
You probably are on pins and needles. It's not just some random reliever who gets bounced back and forth. When they do that to him, I'm sure that does send a message in the room. All of that said, Tim, I don't want to disrupt great Cardinal conversation.
Oh,
but are we in about 9? We're in the 9 o'clock hour.
Mark Han, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Martin?
We sort of blaze through 8-2 and 8-3 as topics. Now, Jackson, I'm not burning them. But I am.
As he proceeds to burn them.
Oh! But I am fascinated by 8-3. This feels like Ritalin overload. And it's as we celebrate the 73rd anniversary of Singing in the Rain this week.
I saw that, and I thought Jackson had eaten mushrooms.
Is that the Gene Kelly vehicle?
That's correct.
And we're celebrating the 73rd anniversary of Singing in the Rain.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
Doug, have you been celebrating?
I've been going nuts.
Again, Blues playoffs,
jumping on light poles,
playoffs,
umbrellas and such.
Cards, mats, whatever. We have a masterwork in terms of musicals on screen.
What in the hell is this?
I can't help but think about the Blue Note. As we celebrate the 73rd anniversary of Singing, I can't help but think about the Blue Note. So stick with me here. And we're not burning this by any means. We're just reading it intently.
Yeah.
Would this season be as close to a masterwork that a GM in any sport could pull off? Starting with offer sheets, the hiring of Monty, the commitment to the core during the deadline.
Doug has started with Singing in the Rain.
What does it have to do with Singing in the Rain?
Can a GM have a bigger impact on a team's success than we have seen in 2025 as we celebrate the 73rd anniversary of Singing in the Rain?
It's unrelated.
How do you know it's the anniversary this week? Do you have like a little calendar you pull off, like The Far Side, but it tells you whose movie came out this week?
I follow the right people on Twitter.
Okay. Tim, did you know
that Ella Reese tweet?
Yeah, Ella Reese is celebrating Singing in the Rain this week.
Tim is the calendar savant. Did you know it was the 73rd anniversary of Singing in the Rain?
I didn't. I'm more of a 1982 going forward 73rd anniversary of Singing in the Rain. Candidly, was not on my radar.
I bring it up because I'm
together.
fascinated by that. I'm just
I think that's a masterwork in the musical genre.
Correct.
And I think it would be tough to say that anything short of a masterwork for Doug Armstrong this season.
Correct.
So there's the tie-in.
There's the weave.
Yes.
Okay.
I had actually texted Army. He said he's going to lay low. I asked him to come on the show this week, and he said he's going to let the players and coaches do the talking. Thank you. But maybe if I tell him he's connected now to Singing in the Rain.
Right. Well, we remind him it's the 73rd anniversary.
This might jostle him a bit to pick up the phone.
I would think.
Haven't there been more recent masterworks that we could compare this season to?
Well, in the musical department, I got Chicago. I won Best Picture.
Doug, was that Richard Gere?
I don't know who it was.
John C.
Reilly Jones?
Why does that
John C. Reilly in that and Gangs of New York.
Why does it have to be a musical?
It doesn't. But Singing in the Rain is a masterwork in musicals.
Tim, the text line is split. Great question, Jackie.
Thank you.
From Tiger Warson Woods.
The 6-1 hate did not like the question and feels like it is telling that we're even talking about the question that is in the Stiefel dossier. Ignore the Bill DeWitt III laughing at the fans, but you guys are elitist DeWitt cucks.
Oh. We're elitist.
Elitist DeWitt cucks. Is there like a Facebook page for that?
There should be.
Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
Okay, Joe.
Jackie, the Afton altar boy, says, Martin, leave Piddles alone, you big bully. He is a national treasure, keeps the show patrons wanting more. He is a teaser at heart.
I'm a teaser at heart.
I just read it.
Yeah, Hey, listen, I appreciate it. But yeah, that's just...
How did you, sitting there typing...
Yeah, when was this thing constructed?
This
yesterday.
Together? And
I saw a tweet about Singing in the Rain. I was reading
Tim, did you see a tweet about Singing in the Rain?
Did you ever see the picture?
Of course. I love Singing in the Rain.
You like other musicals?
One of my favorite subgenre of movies is a movie about making movies, and that's exactly what Sing in the Rain is. And not to mention just delightful little tunes. And I saw that. I was like, oh, you know what? That's a masterpiece. And you know what? Doug Armstrong has painted the masterpiece with his GM work over the season, and I tied the two together.
How about The Sound of Music? Was that a masterpiece?
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Oh.
My brother and sister might have seen it 2,000 times.
Yeah.
They'll tell you about it, but I don't think I ever saw it.
I think that's probably considered the best of all the musicals.
We will rank musicals coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, according to the dossier.
Okay.
This was just kind of a little teaser, as After Altar Boy referred to Jackson. He's a great little teaser boy. If there's one thing sports people like, it's musicals. Get your liberal arts ass over on 105.7, you pony.
Oh.
I don't think Riz is really into musicals. I do the Spread Zone and Stupiracy with Riz, and we haven't talked musicals once.
I'm not into musicals, like, per se.
You're into masterpieces.
Yeah, I like
Cinema.
If you haven't seen Sing in the Rain, I would recommend it. It's pretty awesome.
You've only had 73 years to get to it.
Right, and that's the thing. Is like, you know, we should celebrate it. I don't know. People, you can't box yourself in. Just because you like sports doesn't mean you can't like other things. Some people like things, some people don't like other things.
Right.
But don't ever box yourself in. You know, expand your horizons when possible.
Jackie, I left the villain topic in the hopper. I didn't touch that, okay? From 8 to, I'll leave that alone.
But now do you feel like you just burned it?
No.
Yeah, literally. Like
No, that didn't burn it. I let you. The villain vehicle is still in the hopper. Move on.
You salt my earth on a daily basis.
No.
Doug, what does that mean?
I don't know.
I can't grow. The question just can't be used. Just can't be used.
Put
Maybe
salt
that's what
on it.
happened to me down on Tam Avenue. We had a lot of salt in the earth. James Carlton, longtime sponsor of TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast, got this review, one of the 422 five-star reviews now posted. We'll get about James Carlton on Google. James has been our insurance agent for many years. He's the ultimate professional, competent, and he inspires safety. One of his business's best asset is the experience, help, and follow-through that his team members practice, and this one is talking about Stephanie. We read a lot of great posts about his staff, and Stephanie is mentioned often, along with Barbara, along with Mike. People rave about the staff that James has assembled at Webster Groves. You call there right now at 314-961-4800. You're going to talk to a live person in the office in the St. Louis area. You can count on that, and they are going to take care of you. It is just the way the system works. That's why I'm so happy that I'm a James Carlton client and recommend him to our audience. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Got some breaking news from the sports broadcasting world. We will have that for you. This is going to be of note to everyone, I promise you. We'll have that for you in a matter of moments here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals win yesterday over the Houston Astros. That's 4-2 on the homestand. They now head to the Big Apple, taking on the New York Mets in Queens starting tonight, 6:10, your first pitch. Andre Palante on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, this make you think of Doug Armstrong?
Yeah, it was my first thought there.
The Cam Fowler acquisition on a Saturday morning in December.
Took me back to Gene Kelly.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Oil Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Miles Mikolas coming up in about 15 minutes on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Breaking news from the sports broadcasting world. After 38 seasons, Lee Corso is retiring. He is going to do week 1 of College Game Day, and then he will step down. So August 30th is the week 1 show, and then Lee Corso, a legend on what has become a staple in the college football world, will retire.
He's 89 years old. Wow. It's about time for him to take it easy and just relax a little bit. Although I'm sure he loved doing what he did. He looked like he had a great time up there. And he was a fun guy to listen to. I always liked the mascot over his head to pick the winner there. Yeah, he'll be missed on the air for sure.
The dais was getting a little crowded. They always had about 9 people on there, and then they'd have the coach of the team playing. And no, he was great. I think he got Pinkel ticked off. He did the game when they lost. Tim, did they lose at Troy on a Thursday night?
They did.
And Lee Corso pointed out Pinkel's record when trailing at halftime or something. And the next week, the Pinkel Patrol said something about Lee, like, I don't know what it was in Indiana, how much winning he did. He took some kind, I can't remember, but he took some kind of shot. I loosely remember, but it was Lee Corso. I was like, hey, I'll just point out the facts. But that show is... And I know Fox is trying, and they tried to steal Reese Davis.
Yeah, I was listening to a podcast, Andrew Marchand's podcast, and they were talking about that. He loved that they went after him. I'm sure Reese Davis loved it even more because that led to a bigger deal for him at ESPN. And he's certainly a great point guy on that show. So they, in the last handful of years, they've added Saban and Pat McAfee. Stanford Steve now goes on the road with them. But yes, I guess you're right. It is indeed a crowded, Doug, would you call it dais? I guess that's right.
Dais, sure.
Desmond Howard, who always looks like he's about 30. He's on the Packers like 30 years ago. Won the Heisman. Was it 91?
Doug, 91. And what was the call? You remember the call. You don't know the years. Take a listen to this, Mark. This is the actual call of Desmond Howard against Ohio State.
Desmond Howard, touchdown, Michigan. Hello, Heisman.
How about that?
That was the
Wow,
call.
the great Keith Jackson.
Jackson.
And then, the Packers won the Super Bowl. Was that Super Bowl 31, maybe, that they won? And he was the MVP, right? I was there. So.
Oh, you were there?
Yeah.
Oh, covering it for your Wisconsin?
I was covering for Madison TV, Packers, Desmond Howard. But he's a staple. Kirk Herbstreit and his dog are on that show. It's a great show.
That bothers Charlie, correct? Charlie Marlowe does not like...
I think so.
I think...
Ben Fred didn't like it either. I forget.
Is that right?
But was it done
All
for...
these guys you've worked with are anti-dog. Jackson, Ben Fred, Chuckles Marlowe.
Hold on, Jackie, you're anti-dog? Get out of here, bro.
I'm not anti-dog. I just never want one.
Would you describe yourself as pro-dog?
I want them to prosper, just not in my...
He doesn't want the species to go away, Doug.
Right, but just not in my general...
Not just dogs to prosper.
They're not endangered or anything.
Right, but I just don't want them to prosper in my
Skippers
general
on
vicinity.
line 1.
Yeah. I was reading about Lee Corso. He was a 5'6" football player at Florida State. Set a record at the time for career interceptions at 14. He was so fast, they nicknamed him Sunshine Scooter.
Boy, you like that nickname.
Sunset roommate of Burt Reynolds while at Florida State.
I wonder if Corso's success with Florida State led the Rams to picking Ty Hill, who was also 5'6".
Probably. Yeah. Sunshine Scooter.
Did they say that this last College Game Day is going to be Alabama at Florida State? Or they haven't announced the game? Because I'm
They
seeing.
said August 30th.
Okay, so August 30th, there's Alabama at Florida State.
Which would make sense for him.
But also Texas at Ohio State that day as well.
Be nice for the Florida State tie-in. For what was he called? The little scooter that could?
Sunshine scooter.
Sunshine scooter.
That could.
Offered a contract by the Brooklyn Dodgers as a shortstop. 5'6" would seem like a small football player, even in the early 50s. Wouldn't
Taking
it?
a shot.
See, you could have played back then,
Think
Tim.
Cornfeld would have cut Corso?
Got to get him to call in.
Corso or Cornfeld?
Both of them.
Both.
Hey, did I miss the Robert Thomas interview? I was really hoping to ask him if he's ever seen the silhouette of a rogue Clayton woman in his windows when he's relaxing at night. Thanks, I'll hang up and listen. That's the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom taking a shot at Sharon and Clayton, who likes to boast that she knows where all the Blues players live. Boy, this warfare, Doug, on the Real Housewives of TMA.
It's going to be something.
I actually think if you followed through, people would watch.
I absolutely would watch. And number one, I'm happy to invest. And number two, I'm happy to do whatever I can to make this a reality.
Okay.
I am bullish on the Real Housewives of TMA.
Well, we've got a little studio here. Maybe we should do the podcast.
Well, these guys, the
Video
set they
podcast.
built for the spread zone is. Have you had a chance to see? It's just right down the hallway, Martin. I don't know where your onboarding takes place, but
I'm always in such a rush to get to onboard.
It's unbelievable. I want to start doing some of the Tim McKernan show things back there. It's the set that they built, so that'd be perfect for the Real House. I mean, I know you got to deal with Brio, but
Well, the stay-at-home Ledoux mom would have to show up in drag because I'm sure that's a gentleman. He's not going to qualify. He just isn't. Unless he shows up in drag. And then, of course, we would let him on.
Sharon and Clayton is now sending in pictures of herself. I don't know what to say. With the Wisconsin Badger.
Oh, so now we have an alliance.
Art Martin, because of your Wisconsin connection, thought you'd find this funny. I once partied with Bucky at
So
my
it'd be
niece's
that's
wedding
the mascot.
reception.
Okay.
Pro tip, not a good idea to get this close to Bucky. He stinks.
Oh.
Fun night, though. That's from Sharon, and she's in Clayton, Sanibel, Maui, Michigan.
I think that's a common mascot trait, that the outfit gets a little bit
because it's hot,
sweaty, and it's hard. You can't take it to the dry cleaner.
Oh, I thought it was like an actual badger.
What?
I thought it was like a live badger.
Well, I wouldn't recommend
Bucky
getting near
Badger? You don't know Bucky Badger?
There's a lot of these teams have real life
Truman
mascots.
the Tiger, not a real tiger.
The LSU has a real tiger that sits in a
that's
cage
true.
in a weird way.
Dolphins used to have a real dolphin at the end of the end zone.
Right.
That's right.
Flopping around or in
Texas
water?
Long, what's it, Bevo? A giant beast.
Beef.
Colorado's got
Is that one of them
Ralphie.
Wagyu?
Right, so I thought it was a real badger. I didn't know.
All right. What you?
I think
Badger
those-
might be hard to tame there
Yeah,
on
I
the
think,
sidelines.
I think they got a lot of
Clay was afraid of the honey badger.
Badgers do have
Well,
one,
that's
too.
a snoofle right there. I always said the honey badger was like the meanest animal on the planet. That's what Claves contended.
Yeah, I do remember that.
The
Now that
meanest?
It was a thing.
Now that you bring
I think
that
it just
up.
survives.
No.
Because
Isn't
there's
that
that video of getting where he got in a fight with a cobra, and honey badger killed the cobra, but the cobra bit the honey badger, so honey badger laid there like he was dead for about 30 seconds and popped up and ran away.
Is that a honey badger or a mongoose?
It was a honey badger.
Okay.
Better actor, the mongoose, honey badger, or Gene Kelly?
Gene Kelly certainly sing better.
Okay.
I haven't seen what the mongoose.
You have a problem with that, Doug?
Their range.
I mean, I think if my 3-year-old would have said that, I would say, hey, it's
What'd I say?
Singed.
Sung. Singed?
Sang.
Sang.
Are we over medicated or
Curran is
under
shaking his
medicated?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Linguistics over there.
It wasn't just at you. It was just at the whole situation in general.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, the whole show?
So Sharon had one good year on the timeshare sales circuit, but the company could only afford Wisconsin for the sales trip, huh? That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, not impressed with the picture with Bucky.
Door County in the summer. That's a premier location.
It's a treat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Not all of us spend our lives sitting around whining about the failure of our 10th marriage. Some of us have a life where we get out and know people and places and things, etc. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Wow. She didn't have to say etc.
Do you put a comma before etc.?
I do, and then a
think
period.
usually, yeah.
I do.
Oxford
bring that
comma
up.
thing. Yeah.
Oxford
It's a
comma.
good way to wrap up. Anyway, this show, we'll talk Blues, Cardinals, etc.
It's always the best when they put one thing and then comma, etc. Like they couldn't come up with a
that's
second
all?
real example.
Have you guys found any Coddlevilles for my Webster wife to scrap with on The Real Housewives of TMA? It's balance sheet season. That's from Big Tuft. He's interested in putting his wife on the program. They're from Webster, and his wife wants to fight what he calls a Coddleville.
If you're going to shoot the show, I think you could partner with Pronger. He's walking around with a film crew these days.
Really?
Yes, I'm telling you. I think you could get maybe
he could host it.
I think he actually might do it. He's doing a lot of media these days, a lot of social media. He's got a film crew that follows him, Doug. If you could just sort of partner with him. What sort of housewives we talking there, Douglas?
That's a pretty good impression.
Is he doing something for Canadian
television? I don't know, but he
or?
interviewed me one day for 10 minutes, and I said, what is going on? We were in the hallway outside the Blues locker room, and I still don't know where it will air. So I'm telling you, he has a film crew at the ready. Maybe we can tap in, et cetera.
6 marriages, 2 thriving businesses, and a 3-acre house in Ladue. Clean my bin, Sharon? That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Bin?
Her.
What did you say? His?
Well, it's a guy. It's a guy. Clean my bin. What would that be?
Are you writing it down, Jackson? He's writing it down.
That will be clipped. Drops of the week.
It matters.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today, 1045. Miles Mikolas live from New York City. That's next here on TMA.
the man at the top. Open them purse strings, tired of the slop.
Jackson, what are you putting? This is negative.
What do you mean? Miles Mikolas is on hold, and then you play this.
What?
Here we go.
All right, now it's
the
good.
chorus.
If Miles is going to enjoy this part.
All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon.
There we go.
They young gray. They young gray. Oh yeah, boy. They young gray. Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'. I'm posing pictures.
So that's your favorite part.
The dude be bussin'?
I bust tables at Pietro's.
Oh, that's what they're talking about?
Exactly right.
He's a bus boy?
Side gig. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson working the green room, and during the commercial break, he was talking it over with Cardinal pitcher Miles Mikolas, who now joins us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Miles, good morning. Did you get a chance to listen to that song that one of our listeners produced titled Youngry Birds, a tribute to the 2025 St. Louis Cardinals?
Good morning. I heard some of it there. You said it's the Youngry Birds?
That's Youngry
right.
Birds, a phrase Victor Scott, he was trying to say the team is young and hungry. We were down there doing the show at spring training, and it got combined accidentally into Youngry, and it's kind of gained steam here.
All right. Well, whatever gets the kids talking about baseball, I guess. Whatever gets them, whatever gets it buzzing.
See, there you go, Doug. That sounds like an endorsement to me.
A ringing endorsement. Hey, Miles, did you know that Victor had his own recording label, that he is Argo in his other life?
Yeah. We found that out pretty quick when we all met Vic last year. You got to make the guy sing on the bus, and we did a little singing competition in spring training. So we knew that he had, some extracurricular skills.
Huh. Do you sing yourself at all?
What was that?
I said, do you sing yourself at all? Are you a singer?
No. I mean, maybe in the car when I'm by myself, but not, to the kids, the Disney stuff, the classics.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, the best thing about that song, though, is it managed to rhyme pontoon in there. So all the haters are going to be laughing when we're on our pontoon. I'm guessing, Miles, as a fisherman, do you own a pontoon?
That's a good question.
Yes, I do own a pontoon boat, actually. Wow. I've got my offshore fishing boat, and then I've got my pontoon boat for the river and the sandbar with the family and the kids and the dog and everybody. So
there we go. So he's on board with the pontoon.
Yeah.
What's that intercanal, Tim, as you go up and down the canal? Yeah, the intercoastal people, you pay them for a little tour, and then they go, oh, Tiger Woods lives there. Oh, Greg Norman lives there. And then
Jupiter Island.
And then they might just be making it up, but it works.
No, you can buy it. I remember when we were talking to you when we were down there at spring training, Lars Nootbaar was enjoying, I think, mocking, candidly, the frustrations you were having with building the home. What is the status on the home building currently, Miles?
They're moving stuff in. It's a work in progress, as with any move, but we're getting in there piece by piece.
All right. It's been a process, Doug. Building the home in South Florida at this particular moment, that'll put the man to the test.
Had to be a great place to grow up, though, down there in Jupiter. Did you play baseball all winter long?
No, actually. I was fortunate enough to grow up in that, we played other sports, even if we could play baseball all year long. In the winter, you play basketball. In the fall, you might do a little bit of travel baseball or some fall ball. And then you played baseball in the spring. And then I do like 2 tournaments early in the summer, and then I played some basketball in the summer too. But never just all baseball all the time. That's not it for a kid. Kids got to play all the different sports.
Yeah. Were you that little league pitcher, though, that your coach wanted you to throw every game?
No, not really. I was good in little league. My parents probably tell you that I was great, but I was good, but I don't think I was ever like the best of the best. You don't want to peak too early. There's a handful of those, Little League World Series kids, running around in the big leagues. But I think the majority of guys, you don't want to peak too early. You want to peak just the right time.
Yeah.
So when did it become clear that you might have the opportunity to do this for a living?
Maybe when I was in Japan pitching really well.
Yeah.
Before I came back over here, I was in college pitching well, thinking, just kind of keep playing until someone tells you to kind of go home. They haven't told me to go home yet, so I'm still playing.
Well, you're pitching Friday night against the Mets. It's part of the 6-man rotation. How do you view that? Mats was great yesterday, but as a guy who's used to a routine, how do you like it?
Well, I'm a creature of habit, but I'm not married to the routine in any sense with a lot of the stuff I do. When I was over in Japan, we ran on like a 6-man rotation a lot. So it's not something I'm unfamiliar with. I'm pretty versed with the schedule and, how I want to do stuff, as far as how I want to space out those bullpens and catching and lifting, because I did it like that for a couple of years over there. But in an effort to keep everyone fresh, guys are good when they're fresh, keep everybody fresh. And, we've got a lot of talent. So, it's easy to do it on that front. And, if it's something that works, I say, why not?
18 games into the season now. Are the guys feeling pretty good about the way things have played out so far? I mean, the team didn't have a whole lot of high expectations, I don't think, nationally anyway. But it kind of feels like things are coming together, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I think, as far as expectations go, those are always outside expectations. I think if you talk to anyone on any team when they leave spring training, they're going to tell you they're going to the World Series, right? World Series or bust. So whatever the outside expectations are, I know that our expectations as a team and in the clubhouse are, to one, have fun and enjoy each other's company, but to win as many games as possible. And we think we're a heck of a ball club. Confident in what we're doing out there. And I think everyone's pretty happy so far with how the season's going.
Miles Mikolas, our guest here on TMA. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. And you can watch and go back and watch anytime you want on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Miles will donate to the Crisis Aid U.S. Safe program, which provides a women's shelter in St. Louis that offers a safe haven for American female survivors of sex trafficking. Mikolas will also donate to the shelter for every strikeout he records during the regular season. Miles, how did you get involved in this, and why is this something that is of importance to you and I would imagine others involved in the organization and in your family?
Yeah, I've been involved with Crisis Aid for a few years now. It started when I signed with the Cardinals. You come in the clubhouse, and one of the first things Adam Wainwright will ask you is, what are you passionate about? What do you want to, what kind of charity thing can I help you get set up? And he does all that through Big League Impact. Anyone looking to know more about that, you can go to www.bigleagueimpact.com and check that out. There's, tons of players, tons of charities. You can find what you like and donate, whether it's to me or anybody. We appreciate it. But I told him I wanted to do something in St. Louis, and I just started having kids, starting my family. And when you think about some of the things that go on with some of the human trafficking and things like that, and, those are the people who probably need help the most with what they're going through. And to donate to a organization that helps with that and gives people a place to get there and get back on their feet, I think that's huge. And I think it means a lot to those people. And I think it's, one of the better causes out there.
What does Wainwright do if somebody's resistant or is like, I don't give a rip about charity? Have you ever see it play out where he's like, come on, pal? I mean, obviously most guys are going to say, sure. I'm curious his approach.
He'll kill you with kindness, and I think he'll just sit back there and watch guys, and he'll see what you're reading or see what you're looking at. And, before you know it, he's got somebody on the phone that can help you with anything you like. I mean, he knows so many people in that world and with his organization and all the outreach that he has, whether it's, the water stuff, in some of the underdeveloped countries, or some of the stuff like Crisis Aid where it hits a little bit closer to home. He's a guy that can get things done, and he can connect, connecting people with other people. One of his great skills.
See, this is your 7th year now with the Cardinals. Are you starting to feel like a St. Louisan at this point in your life, or you're still a Jupiter kid?
That's my 8th year.
Eighth. Doug, way to take away a
7
full
already.
season.
Sorry.
Show prep.
Well, I guess we're counting. We're counting. Days lived up to. I'm in the early 7, but this is the 8th season. I think. I mean, maybe I'd have to go back and check that myself.
Well, I'm reading it. It says 7. But...
Well, it's 18. He's in his 25, so that's his 8. He took away some of the bad starts, Miles. He didn't count those.
Okay, well, that's fine. I take those away anyway. I already forgot about them.
This says 7 years, what I'm looking at. But I could be wrong.
That's fine, Doug.
You should
There's
know.
not enough of them to fill up a whole season's worth, but you never know.
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean, it's fun getting to see the people, kind of go through all their changes, see everyone. I've seen a lot of these guys on the longest tenured major leaguer on the roster. There's other guys that have been with the organization for longer because they were drafted back in like 2016 or 17. So they've technically been a Cardinal longer than me. But as far as in the major leagues, I've been a Cardinal the longest, which is it's funny to me because when you're younger, you never expect to be the guy who's like been there forever. I guess that's the goal. But then when it hits you, it's like, oh, I've been here forever.
Mm-hmm. Well, you don't feel like an old timer yet, do you?
No.
That's
young
good.
at heart, and all these young players we got. They keep you young with all the new lingo and all the stuff that they're all the stuff going on. So.
Well, you had a rough start at Fenway. How do you know in that game, all right, how long are they going to leave me out here? Part of it is they need innings. When do they turn it over to Graceffo? Tell me about a start like that and how you have to get through any outs you can.
I mean, sometimes you got to grin and bear. You got to wear it a little bit. You got to do whatever you got to do. At some point, you're really just trying to, you're trying to throw quality strikes. But strikes first and foremost, because you need quick outs. You need them to. You get in some trouble like that. You need quick outs. So you need them to hit the ball. You need to hit it. Pop it up. Hit it on the ground. Unfortunately, when you've got every ground ball seems like it's going through the infield, and even the balls that they hit poorly are kind of blooping in, and a couple broken bat hits. It's frustrating, but if you start throwing a bunch of balls and if you start, chasing the strikeout too much and things like that, you could end up throwing even more pitches. And then if that doesn't work out, it kind of snowballs. So it's, when you're trying to eat innings like that, it's kind of pitch management, pitch count management, because that's what's going to force their hand the most is, especially early in the season, what's going to force their hand the most is going to be that pitch count, your time between innings, how many pitches you're throwing in an inning, things like that. So you're trying to minimize that pitch count so you can just stay out there the longest. Because at some point the game, you can always come back, but at some point some games are a wash, and it's like, well, we just got to save the bullpen, or save this guy, save that guy, kind of mentality.
Doug, I need to issue an apology to Doug because I forgot Miles missed the 2020 season, right, with injury. So maybe that's why. So he's been here 8 years. Okay,
7.
so Doug, I'm sorry. I would like to rescind all critique.
Do you need some time away?
Yeah, I need some time away starting at 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Well, that was the COVID season. I don't even know if that one. I don't know if that
doesn't count. It may not count.
Oh, that's a truth.
Only
Jackson, have we lost Miles in Manhattan?
He might have been kidnapped.
Have we lost Miles in Manhattan? I did hear the sirens earlier.
It sounded like the hotel was on fire earlier, so maybe he had to evacuate.
Miles in Manhattan. Is Miles in Manhattan with us?
Hello, caller.
Yes, there he is.
Oh, he's back.
We lost you for a few seconds, Miles.
Are you walking the streets?
I'm trying to stay in the same same place, but I'm trying to not be near some of the noise, the cars going by, the horns honking and things like that.
nature of the beast in New York City. I want to get your perspective on this. We've had a few people texting into the show since you guys started up the season 3 weeks ago that they get a sense, and who knows, I mean, you're in there, so you can tell us, that there's an energy, and this is before, taking 2 or 3 against the Astros and taking 2 or 3 against the Phillies, so it's not like, oh, they're playing well, so I'll say this. People were saying this early on, that it seems like it's a fun group, good energy, good vibes when people are watching on television. Of course, you're in the clubhouse, you're around, you can compare it to other teams that you've been on. Is that an accurate representation of what fans are seemingly seeing? And if that is the case, why do you think that is?
Yeah, first I'd like to say, every team I've been on, here in St. Louis has been fun, but maybe we're a little more outwardly fun in the dugout this year, not being so worried. Sometimes you get worried, maybe if you're not having a great season and you're, having too much fun, sometimes people start to think, oh, they're a losing team and they're just having fun, goofing around, not trying hard. But I think, our mentality is, we need to have fun and be loose in order to play our best baseball and not really be worrying about what people think. The blood and sweat, that's in the gym, that's on the field, that's, making those diving plays, the effort and things like that. But the team camaraderie doesn't need to take a back seat to a buttoned up look. Like, oh, look at us, we're hard working, we're all buttoned up, we're trying our best, we're doing our best. Everyone's always trying and doing their best, but to have a little fun while you're doing it and a little team camaraderie, I think that helps with, I think it helps with the lineup. You guys, you talk about passing the baton, to the next hitter, get a hit, rally, steal a base, get a bunt down, ball in the gap, score some runs, and, with the pitching staff, kind of turning the ball over, zeros out of the bullpen, and that sense of I've got that guy's back, he's got my back, I got his back, and I think a lot of that comes with some of that loose camaraderie that people are seeing in the dugout. Us trying to have some fun with it.
Yeah, and it is coming across, and we've had a number of people for real saying this really since the beginning with that Twins series and carrying it over now 3 weeks in. I also wonder, and you were outspoken about it last year. You get to a point in your career, I'm certain, you feel comfortable speaking, whereas a rookie might not necessarily feel that way. And I sensed this too when we were down at spring training, that either it's a chip on the shoulder of some guys, or just to kind of we have something to prove, and we know that people aren't necessarily picking us, but we're using that as a source of motivation. Is that going on with this team this year, Miles?
Yeah, I mean, anytime someone doubts what you're doing or doubts your ability, there's an innate desire to prove them wrong. I mean, I see it with my 4 kids all the time. You tell them not to do something, and they do it right away. So that, there is that instinctual pushback, but, it's also, it's mildly offensive when you tell a team of professional baseball players, we don't think you're that good. It's like, well, we'll show you a thing or two.
Yeah.
And there's, players that had good years and there's players that had down years, and even if you've had a storied career and you have a down year, you want to get right back on top. You've been on top for so long, you don't want to be on the bottom, or maybe it's a few down years from your last good year, and you want to go out on top, or something like that, or you're a rookie, you had a great season, and you want to back it up and have another good year and let people know that you're not just a flash in the pan. So there's a lot of different reasons that people get doubted, and a lot of different reasons people need to, kind of push back against that. But the important thing is that everybody's working towards one thing, and that's, winning today's game, winning tomorrow's game. No one's focused, I don't think, too far on the future or getting too far ahead of themselves. we got a game tonight against the Mets, and that's the most important thing on everybody's mind right now.
The team off to a 9-9 start, fresh off a 4-6 on the homestand, now 4 against the Mets. Miles Mikolas, not only kind enough to join us here on TMA and 101 ESPN, but also to give his time. He will donate to the Crisis Aid U.S. Safe program, which provides a women's shelter in St. Louis that offers a safe haven for American female survivors of sex trafficking. Miles will also donate to the shelter for every strikeout he records during the regular season. You can learn more at bigleagueimpact.org, all in St. Louis. Bigleagueimpact.org, all in St. Louis. Miles, thank you so much for getting up and joining us here in the morning while you guys are on the road in New York, and best of luck in that series and in your start tomorrow night. Really appreciate the time, man.
No, thank you so much for having me. Always a pleasure to be on, and hope to talk to you guys again soon.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Miles. It's Miles Mikolas with us here on TMA Live from Manhattan, where the Cardinals will head over to Queens and take on the Mets here. I'd say that the bus is going to leave, Doug, I guess in about 5 hours.
I think we should clip off that sentence where he said, "We'll show you a thing or two."
You like that? Chicago's my town, see?
Every time the Cardinals win, we need to hear that.
We'll show you a thing or two. St. Louis Cardinals, we'll show you a thing or two.
Chicago's my town, see? We could say that after a win over the Cubs.
I like that.
I like the fact Wainwright goes up to guys and says, what are you going to do? Who are you going to help? Because most big leaguers are going to put their head down. They're not going to bother another guy. But Waino wants him to make a difference, and he's not afraid to go up and bring up the topic.
And it'd be pretty easy not to get involved in anything else. As busy as you are with your own career and probably a young family and everything else going on. I'm going to Chicago. Stand up.
Right there. Mm-hmm. It's a perfect example. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you in the program. Miles Mikolas with us. Robert Thomas had to reschedule. He's going to be with us tomorrow at 8:30. Bernie Federko with us earlier. You miss anything, podcast at Schaefer Door Company, sponsor the podcast on 101 ESPN. Download the 101 ESPN app, which is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And there's also a TMA STL app you can download as well. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Together Credit Union partnering with St. Louis City SC 2025 partnership, all about the third season in St. Louis. One of the best ways to gear up for match days, they have an exclusive City SC debit card from Together Credit Union. The only place to find this official fan debit card with a free lifetime My City Plus membership. So why is that important? Well, priority access to single match tickets, limited edition drops, City cashback rewards on every purchase at City Pavilions, City Goods, all retail and concession locations in and around Energizer Park. Pretty cool. You can do this by getting a personalized, get the card when you open a personal checking account online at togethercu.org or simply stop by 14 local branches for Together Credit Union. Okay, no cost at all for this special debit card. Don't wait. Sign up today. Show your pride for St. Louis City SC. If you're into the soccer team, this is for you. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Doug. John Belushi.
Is this when he was eating in the cafeteria, right?
Spoiler alert.
Right. Well, the movie's been out a while.
Good or bad?
Great.
Wow. An unremarkable Best Picture winner.
1978. What one?
Deer
Best
Hunter,
Picture?
maybe?
I feel like that could be the case.
Take your calls.
Was this better than Singing in the Rain?
Different.
Well, I would say, but a lot of music here, so,
As we celebrate,
Great soundtrack.
As we celebrate the 47th anniversary of Animal House's release, it has me thinking about Stephen Matz's start on Thursday.
Right.
Nice.
Wednesday. Whatever day it is.
Expand your horizons, I say.
It's 10 o'clock. Martin, you're still here. Onboarding delayed today. Heim said it's fine if you stick around for another segment. Is that
I kind of lost track of the clock.
Yeah, we had a good long conversation there with Miles Mikolas.
Some people really liked it. Some people really didn't.
Well, no matter what we do, they're not going to like it. But you actually liked one of the texts that, Doug, we described as evolved, self-aware. How about, which one was that, Martin?
It was Ironhead.
Craig
said,
Hayward?
Yeah, Ironhead Hayward.
Former Ram?
Yep.
For like a minute. Ironhead, more or less, I can't find it. Here, okay. I really have to stop hating players just because they don't pitch well. I'm sorry, Miles. Much love.
How about that?
314. Miles is so thoughtful and sharp. Love all the tall socks. That's from Doug's Dangling Dingleberry.
Okay.
Triple D. And then there's the 314. That's 15 minutes I'll never get back.
Okay.
Oh, that happens.
Ask him how many homers he'll be serving up.
Stop it.
Yeah, Miles, we know. What a question by Martin. Hey, you got lit up in Boston. Tell us about it.
Quit it. Stop giving us the business.
It's fine. No need to get him on again.
They hate everything.
Please go home.
You've just kind of, that's
They
where
hate
you've arrived. It's TMA. They hate everything about the program. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, joined earlier by Bernie Federko and Miles Mikolas as the Cardinals get underway with the Mets. And Martin, we understand that the Blues and Jets schedule will be announced sometime in the very near future, but we do know Saturday, 5 p.m. with storms in the St. Louis area. It's already getting underway with a lot of rain in the area already, even more expected on Saturday and Sunday. So, Doug, snuggle up with me, and we'll watch Blues and Jets at 5 p.m. on Saturday, and maybe a little RBC Heritage live from Hilton Head at Harbor Town. So even if we can't go outside, plenty to enjoy on your television in addition to a 4-game series in Queens.
Yeah, okay.
Cuddle up.
I'm not going to cuddle with Hughes. Hughes guys.
12 p.m. is what I'm told. The full playoff schedule will be out at noon today. So we'll find out what they got done with Brooks and Dunn or Cat Williams next weekend. Enterprise. This is kind of fun. I think they'll move Brooksy and Dunsey on Friday. To where, I don't know. Then that gets you a Wednesday, Friday home.
My understanding is that whoever doesn't play the date they were scheduled, whether it be Brooks and Dunn on Friday or Cat Williams on Saturday, they are going to move to Sunday.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that way they're already in town, and then they can just move to Sunday. So
it's not a big ask. I mean,
but if you had people traveling in for it. But either way, that means that the Blues will be playing on either Friday or Saturday. So, Martin, what that tells us is they're going to be playing on Wednesday.
So either
kind of lock
Wednesday,
that in,
Friday.
which therefore means Saturday,
safe.
Monday, Wednesday, and then it's either Friday or Saturday.
Although if I'm selling tickets, I kind of like Thursday, Saturday. I kind of like that for my home crowd. But either way,
I think you'll fill it up no matter when the game is.
Oh, you better believe it.
Yeah.
I'm fired up, man.
They might drink a little more if it's Thursday, Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking, that Thursday, Saturday layout is nice, but Wednesday, Friday's fine. You're in the playoffs. Nobody cares, Doug. Just play the games.
A lot of logistics chatter.
And we can count on, outside of the Saturday, puck drop at 5 p.m., 8:47 puck drop, even though it'll be announced as 8:30 for the
Monday night's game. Yeah. Randy Bachman will be there, but it'll be listed
that means I have
at 8:30.
to make sure I'm up at 4:30. Don't look at my phone. And then I watch the game live, quote unquote, at 4:30 in the morning before coming in to do the program. That's how I do it. That's how I handle the Stanley Cup playoffs, because otherwise I'm up until midnight, and it just doesn't work for me.
Jax, I would like to say our alliance is growing, despite me ruining some of your topics by bringing them up ahead of time and then not allowing you them to revisit the great Gene Kelly, Doug Armstrong tandem. Harrison's brother Master is not your favorite?
No, he stinks.
Oh.
Well.
Martin, stop asking questions. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. No need to get him on again. Please, God, no more surprise interviews, especially Miles. That was brutal.
Him. We're going to block him.
For the record.
The one thing is he did invite me to be his partner and his member guest this year, so that's why I'm holding him.
Oh. Okay. But for the record, not a surprise guest.
No.
Okay? I just would like to clarify.
That was an Adam Wainwright Big League Impact.
Yeah, we have a partnership with Adam Wainwright's Big League Impact. So you'll have the Kyle Gibsons. The Wayno was a delight last week, but not a surprise guest. Today's was supposed to be Dickie V. He's having some throat issues. He's saving it all for the big speech tonight.
I bet that'll be a great speech.
All right. I'm sure Jackson will be there. Doug's going now.
I'll be there, yeah.
You and Uncle Milty. That's right.
Very fun.
Looking forward to you.
Are you bringing the love of your life?
I am not. She I don't want to give too much away about my personal life.
No. Why now?
She can't go, but regardless.
So you're taking Herb. He's flying in from JFK?
No. My buddy private says my girlfriend's traveling this weekend. She leaves really early Friday, so she's not available. But my buddy Pete will be joining me.
Pete's cute.
I'd say. Looks a lot like me.
Oh, no. Does he really?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Is that self-indulgent?
Kind of. Yeah.
Has
He's
Sharon
cute. Looks
even
like me.
been to Heart and Soul? Or the Butchery? Give me a damn break, Clayton lady. That's some self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Doug,
Has she
Heart
even
and Soul
been to
or
the
Butchery?
How would we know that? Why would you ask us that?
The Butchery, the thing attached to truffles?
I don't know.
Or is it truffle? I don't know.
They don't let me in Ladue.
Like you get off at the exit of Clayton Road and they say, turn around.
Sorry.
We can smell the South City on you.
That's correct. Actually, that's what they say.
Policeman with his hands up in the air, waving
trying
you
to
off.
get through customs over here. Yeah, we pulled out his passport. A lot of St. Louis Hills entries.
Yeah, they don't like that at all.
Martin, we had one listener who said he tried to get into one of the fancy country clubs, and they said he was okay, but his wife just had too much St. Charles in her. And so his application was denied.
Is that a real story?
The story came from your good friend, Mr. Licks. And it wasn't Mr. Licks so much as he was telling tales from an application process at one of the more elite clubs in St. Louis. And the husband was okayed, but they denied the application because, quote, the wife had too much St. Charles in her. Doug really enjoys that story.
I cannot. I would think Ruth Park's a little more forgiving.
Home of the Fivesome.
What does someone have to have too much St. Charles in them? What's the tell?
That's a good question right there.
Jackson, why don't you feel that?
Why don't you put that on the dossier one day?
What's the
slow
tell?
day?
You can't tell just by looking at someone if they're from St. Charles.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
No.
You can't nail that down for sure.
Uh-oh.
Well, I don't know.
Get an idea?
He's getting a little comfortable.
I don't know. I don't know what could be a tell.
I feel like you can narrow it down to a county or two. You can get pretty close.
Really? This country club seemed to know.
Yeah. Well, they probably did a lot more intensive research, background into the person, more than just took one look or maybe a smell.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know. I want it to be clear. I love the people in St. Charles.
Sure, I do too.
Do you think Licks made the story up, or was it was
a possibility?
Because
Possibility.
he does some shtick, and I'm just curious if that was shtick.
You never know.
Okay.
Email in yours, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. It's coming your way. Doug is still enjoying the idea of the board meeting.
I can just
in the
see
exchange during
discussing
the
it. Her picture comes up and they all react in horror. Oh, St. Charles.
Clip that off. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The weather is warming up, and now you are going to be spending more time outside. That is when you want to get your outdoor living space customized with Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, or you can just go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. The custom work they do is really second to none in the St. Louis area. I went out to that showroom in Chesterfield Valley, so impressed that I had them come to our house, and looking forward to continuing to talk with them about the work that they can do to customize our outdoor living space. You can see the work they do in that showroom in Chesterfield Valley, or by going online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or give them a call at 636-532-5008. They really specialize in custom decks. That's where they separate themselves. If you are looking at getting a custom deck for your home, work with Aesthetic Design and Build. Online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Tomorrow night, tune in. NBA play-in action as the Hawks and Heat take the court. 5:30 pregame. Tip-off at 6 p.m. Winner of that game will face the Cleveland Cavaliers in round one. Grizzlies and Mavericks will tip off right after that about 8:30. Winner of that game takes on the Oklahoma City Thunder. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug Mark Morrison?
I don't know the names, Tim.
I mean, I'm going to go 96. I
don't know the years,
95,
Tim.
97.
Okay.
And he was just arrested. Am I right on that?
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
What do you do?
He's a British gentleman. I think it was something over there, but hell, I don't know. It's TMA 101 ESPN. We've been joined by Miles Mikolas and Bernie Federko on the program. Robert Thomas had to reschedule. He will be with us tomorrow at 8:30. Joey Vitale, also friend of the program. He's going to be with us tomorrow. He's usually at 8:15, and he goes until about 10:15. Then we ask a question. But what are you going to do on that, El Capitan?
I'll ask for 9 o'clock.
You think he'll be accommodating?
Sometimes he can be a touch...
airing it out on the Italian guy, I noticed, huh?
Well, if we're being honest, and I feel comfortable enough in my relationship with Joey to be honest about this, sometimes it's a little difficult. Now, he has a lot of children. And family first.
He gets up early in the morning, baked goods.
He gets up very early in the morning. He's really good at what he does. So there's a bunch of stuff going around, and he's got the kids. So I get it, but sometimes it's like I can only do this time, and I'm like, well, that just is not great, not great. But Joey's great, and I'll shoot him. I'm going to shoot the text right now. I'm going to text him right now.
Doug and I'll carry the show then.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys got it.
Thank you. Yesterday, my real estate agent sent me a home that is close to Joey's, and I thought what it was an obviously snide remark. Doug, that is the brand, I believe, and being a godless pervert.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, it looks like it's nice, but I always have been told that living next to a CBC grad is bad for property value. And real estate agent must have some ties to the Cadets because he said, yeah, outside of having a professional career in hockey, a wonderful wife, and a great family, he's got nothing going for him. I'm like,
go! Take that.
Oh, chopped you off at the knees.
And you can't even tell. I'm like, oh! And then I went back to working on my shots inside of 55 yards.
That's the thing with text I find so difficult to bust balls or be sarcastic. It's just hard because I don't know when someone's joking, and I don't know when
I've been sharpshooting this cat for 25 years.
It's different.
And he's been sharpshooting me.
Yeah, it's different.
Matter of fact, he might be listening, and I'll green light it, or he'll green light me to let people know he is.
Sharpshooting.
It's just with people it's obviously different, but someone you kind of.
Yeah, I mean, if this was like a guy who's just my real estate agent who I barely know, and I make a shot at CBC.
Right, I never know.
There needs to be a font for sarcasm.
A CBC font like purple and gold.
Mm-hmm. Well, isn't sarcasm
big letters?
A capital letter than a small and capital small?
I think if you're being a smartass, sometimes
that's like the
SpongeBob
meme.
Yeah. I thought that meant you were being sarcastic.
Sometimes you could put a little asterisk. I think that'll indicate sarcasm.
Some people put...
I do an emoji with a tongue, but then some people think I want to do things.
Right, well, the emojis to follow certainly might believe that.
Amen.
Certain vegetables. /S is something that some people use, but that seems...
Caregivers type of /S.
That seems like someone who needs to go touch grass, to be honest with you.
Wow!
That's
outside a little
bit? One level too much of internet knowledge. It's like the same people who hate Rory.
Why don't you just say JK?
Might need to touch grass.
If you type something, just say JK after that.
Yeah, it's true. Shout out to John Kelly.
The TLDR really grinds my gears.
Too long didn't read?
Yeah.
I like that. There's a meme where it's like TLDR, congratulations or I'm sorry. I like that.
I have to tell you, I've seen that 1,000 times, and it makes me chuckle damn near every time.
Yeah. Sorry to hear about that or congratulations.
Big Blonde Dan says you use blue font. That's what he says.
Blue font.
I don't even know how
Real
to do
Housewives
that.
of TMA has blue feet.
Oh, it could.
I'm buying stock in it.
Okay. Well, we got to get it going.
Is this a sports talk program? The hell are you guys talking about? It's from the 314.
Sports.
Joey Vitale.
Other stuff.
Well, my point but I guess my real estate agent doesn't know. I think Joey Vitale might be, if I were doing my Mount Rushmore of favorite people or taking Ella Reese out of it, I think he might be on my Mount Rushmore. Like, I really, really enjoy that guy.
Yeah, he's great. He's really, and he's him and former NHL players who are from St. Louis. Him and Cam have like that.
Like Cam's live too.
It's just like great energy. Like not only like do they have high energy, but it's like very positive.
I agree with you.
Yeah. And there's something
about hockey guys. I don't know what the hell the deal is. Needs to be a study done.
Grinders.
But it's across the board, and it's learned. That's the thing that makes it so great. I don't know.
Who was it that said that hockey has a way of chasing the bad guys out of the room?
The exact one, Chairman Kerr, you're exactly right, was because it was on the podcast, so we could use profanity. It was Kelly Chase, and I was asking him essentially this exact line of questioning, which is why the hell does the game attract almost 99% good guys? And he goes, the game has a way of weeding out a-holes at a young age. And I think, so therefore I do think it is like a learned behavior, taught behavior. You can't be in the room if you're going to act like a jackass.
And it's not really an individual sport at all. You get nowhere on your own. Whereas in baseball, you can be a star player on a lousy team. Basketball, you can score 35 points and be in last place.
Who's the last big hockey player that would have been considered like a diva but was a superstar?
God, I'm dead serious. I'm not doing any protecting here. In St. Louis, I don't know if I covered one. Now, I'm not down there like I was when I was doing television now. So, and I know you're not either, Doug, but I mean, for real, you'd be hard pressed. And it's a credit to the game. That's why I wanted my son to be around it, not because I had delusions of grandeur for him, but just like it's a good culture to be around. Yeah. And by that, I mean the selflessness of the game and then the people involved with it. I don't know what to say. And I don't know if that's, I doubt it's unique to St. Louis because obviously these guys have been on the Blues, have come and gone from other organizations. But I think it's really helped, and it's a tribute to the Blues alumni with, number one, the success of so many players now going to the NHL. But I think perhaps that sets a tone that, this is another thing that Chase said in that podcast, Chairman, that whereas parents might feel like they can come up to a coach who's, an accountant by day, baseball manager at night, and complain about a move or playing time, who is going to walk up to Al McKinnis and tell him he didn't know what he was doing, or, take your pick of whoever else is coaching these teams in the St. Louis area. So that also kind of helped draw the line. That doesn't mean that there aren't exceptions, of course, but I think it plays a role in it.
Yeah, without question. I couldn't come up with one guy that's been a jerk for the Blues.
It's nuts.
Not for the Blues.
Not one.
Was Sean Avery. I know he didn't play for the Blues, but he wasn't necessarily the most beloved.
He was a jerk. He just was kind of outspoken, and he had some perspectives that were not, mainstream, I guess. If I don't know in that.
He was an Oppenheimer.
Sean Avery was an Oppenheimer?
As an actor? Mm-hmm. What did he do?
He was an actor. He acted.
Well, I think Doug's asking
I can't remember. This 3-hour movie that came out 2 years ago. You do the math.
I'm not doing any math on this show.
You do the Vaughn index sometimes.
Yeah.
Is it zero now that they're in the playoffs?
Playoffs, we start all over. Yeah.
How about this one here, Doug? And maybe this one slipped your mind. The River de Pere yacht captain says Daddy Padre comes to mind. Guy's a fraud. Winning the cup went to his head. Do you think that he got a little egotistical after he won the cup?
He was always a little prickly, but he didn't win the cup, so we'll give him a pass on that. He didn't come anywhere close to the cup. He never played. He practiced, and they went around him like he was a traffic cone. So that's why they liked him.
I could have sworn Tarasenko had glowing things to say about it.
That's exactly
He
right.
was fed that. At first, he didn't know who we were talking about. And then he said, I'm supposed to play along with something? Okay, yeah, this guy was great.
Chairman Kurt tried to cue Jackson. Jackson's looking at Mavericks game film.
What was the question or
See, there you
thought? Congratulations or I'm sorry. What was said?
Never mind.
Yeah, I'll see myself out.
Another key bump of Adderall in the 10 o'clock
I was trying
break.
to figure out who Sean Avery was playing in Oppenheimer.
The pressing issues.
All the critical issues are being tended to. You're welcome to email in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you're welcome to get your teeth cleaned by the great Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. That's on Manchester in Baldwin. Built brand new offices with the most modern of technology with the patient experience front of mind. And hey, if you are not on board with calling people, God bless you. You don't have to. You can just go online at 100westdental.com, check the calendar online for availability, and book right then and there. No dental insurance? That's not a problem. The membership plan that Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team have at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And right now, if you are interested in Invisalign, you mentioned my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package at 100 West Dental. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com, or call if you want to, 636-585-0100. It's TMA, and it's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Kind of a good observation in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug.
What's that?
It's youtube.com/TMASTL is where you go. Imagine how much your property value goes up if Tim moves in next to you. Probably a 100% increase at a minimum.
I don't think so. We'll ask Chairman Steve about that, who's the appraisal guy. But
if I move in next to you,
does that count?
Your home goes from, where I'm going to be, minimum $7.5 million. That's what I enter in Zillow.
Yeah.
And then infinity as far as the ceiling goes. So your home goes from 7.5 to 15 million.
Really?
If I move in next door.
I've been trying to get over to the good side of Hampton over by Francis Park, and they said because Tim grew up there, I shouldn't even ask.
Yeah, they renamed it. Is it? What did they name the street that Dick Vitale visited last night?
Is it Hall of Fame way?
That's what I wanted to say it was, because they wouldn't name it after one of the other.
It's Hall of Fame because it's Garagio.
It used to be Elizabeth, right?
Yeah, it is Elizabeth, but that stretch of Elizabeth is, I think, Hall of Fame.
And they were right across the street from each other.
Yeah.
Joe Garagio and
Yogi Berra, and then like a bunch of the guys on that
Jack
48,
Buck lived there for
48 World Cup.
What a street.
Yeah.
48 World Cup team, too. A couple of those guys grew up on that street. So it's crazy. And all in like legit 500 to 1,000 feet.
That's the greatest.
Yeah. I used to when I lived on the hill, walk around the hill. It was always really cool.
So would you add your name to that list of other greats?
No, wasn't
you beat Jason Tatum. They didn't.
Wasn't born and raised there, you know.
Oh, you weren't?
Not on the hill.
Huh.
Not on the hill.
No, you're a Ladue guy through and through.
Started South City, first 2 years of my life, Shenandoah and Michigan. Then Webster, and then Olivet.
Okay.
Moving on up.
Timmy, I thought you were moving out to God's Country by Cam. That's from Harrison's brother Master. I don't recall saying that. I guess maybe it was something we kind of looked around very briefly.
It's a nice area.
Yeah, it is.
Just out there. A lot of driving.
Happy birthday to Cam. He celebrated his birthday on Tuesday.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Cam.
That. Yeah. Let's see. If Tim moves in my neighborhood, the average height of males drops 5 inches, and I'm a professional on 5 inches. That's from 816.
What did that mean?
I don't know. I was kind of hoping you'd know.
I'm a professional on 5 inches.
I like a little
You
hardcore.
do? No.
Like a dirty.
No, that's not what it meant.
Hey, Tim, congrats on buying Edmund's house. That's Juan from PP Corp.
Is that still on the market? Be a nice house to live in.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you?
Even Matt the Bat, who lived next door to Ricky Fowler in Jupiter, so it's not like he was hurting, he told Jim, I don't know about that.
There's a huge market in this town for very palatial estates.
Well, the professional athletes sure make a lot of money.
That's right.
And and those in the media.
Right, yeah. Talk show.
Who cares where Tim moves? Is this an HGTV show? Talk sports, you idiots!
Oh,
it's from Chairman's pocket partner. Doug, let's talk some sports. Diamondbacks and Marlins get underway here in 40 minutes.
Yeah, what's your take?
I'm excited about the game. I think the team that gets the best pitching probably win that one.
Yeah. Can you name a member of the Miami Marlins?
Jeff Conine?
What team did you say?
Griffin Conine, his son is on there.
Well, there we go.
Nicely done. Well done. Tip of the cap.
Sandy Alcantara?
Alcantara's on there. Yeah. Some guy who hits home runs every game that the Southside Seaman's looking at. Misner, I think. He hits home runs every game.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that Andrew Meisner, maybe?
Maybe that's it. I don't know. All I know is he hits home runs every game.
Xavier Edwards is on that team. He stole a lot of bases for me last year.
Yeah.
I say for me, like...
Yeah, you acquired 14%.
No.
Is fantasy baseball the only reason you know a lot of these names?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I've never gotten into fantasy baseball, and I
love fantasy baseball.
It does help you keep up with what's going on.
And I think that's because, which is probably somewhere similar to why I hate the Major League Baseball postseason, because I hate variance after 162 games. Luck that fantasy football, I feel like any slap ass can win.
Yeah.
But in fantasy baseball, the regular season, you got to have a little. I don't think you can stumble into winning regular season in fantasy baseball if you're playing against other people who are actually playing, and almost everybody in our league is active. Jackson was relegated to Double-A fantasy baseball this year.
Yeah,
and was replaced by Charlie Marlowe, Doug, a great competitor.
If you have a bad year, can you be relegated to slap-ass status?
Jackson withdrew. He withdrew from the field.
Once I lost the clubhouse in late April last year, I decided to shut it down. Correction, Cameron Misner, drafted by the Marlins, traded to the Rays, went to the University of Missouri.
Oh, did he?
How about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good show prep again.
Yeah. Cameron Misner or Meisner.
He's a true son.
He's a true son from Poplar Bluff.
How about that?
Yeah.
Now, somebody says it's Matt Mervis. Does he also go by Matt Mervis?
DBA Matt Mervis. Matt Mervis.
Doug, is that weird for a guy to go by two different names? I mean,
especially, but you don't know what might happen down there in Poplar Bluff.
Matt Mervis. Also, Matt Mervis' birthday yesterday. Just turned 27. Happy birthday, Mr. Mervis. And he went to Duke.
Oh, Duke.
Tim Ratliff.
Dookie. Okay.
I care where Tim lives, you bozo. That's from Harrison's Brother Master, and he's mad. At whoever is mad about me moving.
Well, some people are mad when their air conditioner or furnace doesn't work. Your heating and cooling shouldn't be a guessing game. If you're sweating in January or maybe wrapped in a blanket in July, it's time to call Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been in business since 1904, which means they were fixing furnaces before air conditioning was even a thing. Seth Goldcamp, the guy in charge, runs a tight, trustworthy ship. No gimmicks, no upsells. Seth and his family have been treating customers right for more than a century now. Design Air is also the longest-running sponsor on TMA, which basically means they've got the HVAC street cred and the loyalty badge. Head to designairservice.com, schedule your service, and breathe easy. Design Air, they've been doing it right for over 100 years now, and they're not about to stop now. That's designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor of the email today, which is coming up the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. This is a historic company in St. Louis, founded in downtown in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They also partner with the St. Louis Cardinals, the St. Louis Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic. And they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and is a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Welcome back to the Morning After. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and it is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. And earlier in the program, for those of you who like to podcast, whether it be on the Schaefer Door Company podcast app or by going back and watching the show on YouTube, we were joined by Bernie Federko and Miles Mikolas on the program. We also talked about the announcement that Lee Corso is retiring. He is going to do one more game, Doug, and that'll be August 30th. Jackson, Alabama travels to Florida State, or is that a neutral site game? Either way, that's
not listed.
That
but
strikes me as the perfect one for him to go out on. But what, Texas plays Ohio State that day, Clemson plays LSU that day, and Missouri plays
that Thursday. If you remember, that's Central Arkansas.
So
but
maybe he will do that one.
Long Island is taking on Florida at the Swamp. Can't overlook. Is it the Blackbirds of Long Island? I don't know. Alabama and Florida State is at Doak, and then Texas at Ohio State is at the Horseshoe. So neither are neutral site games.
Okay. All right, there you go. This interview with Tim Brando, who he worked with, said this. This is the one line I'll never forget about Corso. Delivered it to me in 1987. We did our first show. We went up to an ESPN executive's office. As we're walking out of the office, Lee leans over to me and says, Timmy, you know what my goal is? You know what my real goal is? I said, what? He says, I'm going to be the Dick Vitale of college football. How about that?
I think he's exactly that.
That's kind of it.
Yeah, I think he's exactly that.
Scooter Sunshine, they call
Scooter Sunshine.
It says he held a number 2 pencil for most of the segments while he was on the air. And in the offseason, Corso was Director of Business Development for Dixon Ticonderoga, which makes the famous yellow pencil.
Ooh, sharp move.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And that was a good pun there, too, Tim.
Nice going, Tim.
I'm so excited about how good I am.
Yeah.
Stuart Mandel, who is a longtime college football writer, used to be with Sports Illustrated, now with The Athletic, said Danny Cannell. He and Danny
SEC
Cannell are going
lover.
back and forth on the SEC lover, Danny Cannell.
Right.
The only choice for Lee Corso's final college game day location is Tallahassee, August 30th. Bama at FSU. Do the right thing, college game day. And Stuart Mandel wrote, yeah, definitely not the top 5 matchup at Ohio State where he donned his first headgear 30 years ago. And so now they're going at it just like the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
But I'm reading he played
Sharon
at
and Clayton.
Florida State, not Ohio State.
I think it's more about the caliber of game. Florida State did not have a magical 24 campaign.
No.
Roll Tide, by their standards, did not have a magical 24 campaign. Ohio State opening up the season against Texas.
Arch Manning.
Where is he going to be?
I think it would be Ohio State. I think it would be a rowdier crowd.
Does Missouri move the Central Arkansas game back to Saturday just to make it possible?
Just to be in the mix? Yeah, I think they should. Mississippi State's taking on Southern Miss. We can't rule that one out.
Yeah.
Also, Long Island is the Sharks. Sharks versus Gators.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That is a good time.
It's a good Florida matchup.
I think I'm not going to get into that.
I would think he'd probably go back to his alma mater.
Yeah, it's a tough call. It's a really tough call. I don't think you can go wrong, really.
No.
Because we don't know what these teams are going to be. Like,
Maybe
we don't know if Florida State's going to be good or bad. We don't know if Ohio State's going to be good or
But
bad.
he could maybe show up in his old Florida State uniform and maybe walk up and down the field again, pick off a pass. Scooter Sunshine.
Scooter
just like the old
Sunshine.
days.
Well, you really like that nickname.
I do. I like it a lot.
Chairman's pocket partner is back to yelling at Harrison's brother Master, who was interested in where I'm living. Why do you care where he lives, you donkey? Are you going to live with him and touch his special spot? The answer is no. So you suck.
Oh.
That's Chairman's pocket partner, and that's directed at Harrison's brother Master.
I calling people a donkey. That's a good one.
It hurts.
I don't really like being attached to that texter with that name.
Yeah, that's tough.
Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. That's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in, proudly serving St. Louis and beyond EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. It doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit the edfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire, safety, and security. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today is next on 101 ESPN.
All right, Battlehawks fans, listen up because Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken has a wonderful deal for you. They want you to be a part of the Battlehawks season. The best way to do that is giving you a discount on tickets. And the way you get that discount is by ordering their St. Louis Battlehawks box. That gets you 4 famous hand-breaded chicken strips, an order of potato wedges, which I love, and I like dipping them into the Chipotle Ranch. Well, guess what? You get 2 dipping sauces. And on top of all of that, you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets. That means tickets are starting at just $14. If you want to throw an extra $1 in there, you get a drink to wash it all down. But again, you get a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets, which means tickets are starting at just $14 when you get the Battlehawks box for just $8.99. So get game day ready, Battlehawks fans, with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any of the 15 St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken locations. And remember that CAW is the law. This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Playoff hockey starting right here on 101 ESPN on Saturday. Blues Jets pregame at 4 p.m. Puck drop at 5 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, Doug, it's up to you. Do you want it?
I don't want it that badly. I would take it if it was given to me, I suppose.
I'll tell you who wants it. Justin Thomas wants it. Is this guy going to set a course record today or something?
I don't know.
5 under through 7 at Harbortown. Sweet mother of mercy.
Easy course?
No.
Well, maybe he's putting
you're him. 5 birdies, 7 holes.
Scotty lurking.
And Scotty, I was wondering how he would respond to last week, even though, finished top 10, if I'm not mistaken.
He won this one last year, correct?
He did indeed on a Monday playoff, where they had to wrap up the round on Monday. He's 4 under through 8, so Scotty is lurking as well. That is another elevated event, this one at Harbortown. Following the Masters, they drive on over and enjoy a little family week at the RBC Heritage. Justin Thomas thinking course record, 5 under through 7. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Day!
Okay.
Oh! Greetings and salutations, gents. Great show today. Really enjoyed the segment where Jackson went through all the celebrities he thinks are hot. Mm-hmm. Speaking as someone who has a little too much St. Charles in him, although I was born and raised in Chesterfield until I moved out to God's country 15 years ago, I'm on Team Cottleville. Webster Groves is the taint of Kirkwood. Is that what it's called?
No, it isn't.
They're two separate.
Yes, 2 entities separate entirely.
A lot of housewife on housewife crime lately on this show. I might agree with Doug that some of them might be men.
Possibly. Some of them. The majority, not all.
Possibly middle-aged men who live in Jefferson County. Maybe JR's neighbor. So many great emailers like Buck Swope, Brian, the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, and the JV golf coach. Is he ever going to get promoted to the varsity golf coach? And speaking of varsity coaches, why does every high school football coach wear their skin-tight khaki shorts? Is it to show off their bulge? Doug, do you like khakis? Maybe we can get you a pair in one day and show off that tight rear end and toned thigh on the YouTube channel.
Okay.
Keep it short. Gotta run. Go Blues. That's Dave, and he's in Mofallon.
Dave in Mofallon.
Now, I see there are other emails, but they didn't make it to the filtered file.
Oh, well, don't read them then.
You know what? We're going to throw this one in there.
Uh-oh.
I'll let you edit that first phrase on the fly.
That puts the man to the test because I haven't seen it until this very moment.
Other than the third word, it's fine.
Okay. Long-time blanker, first-time emailer. JK, I've emailed in before. A little Sunset Hills church on Guyer Road. A groom and a groom coming out the door. Khakied pant and red bouquet. Just married, written on a LeBaron. Yay. Don't that make you want to fall in love?
Who wrote this?
I should have kept it deleted. My fault.
Don't that look like a picture of us? Ooh. A match made in heaven, if there ever was. Don't that make you want to fall? 2 60-year-old guys in a front porch swing. Still holding hands like they were 16. 50 good years. They're a lover's dream. Doug, that could be you and me. That's from Stretch, and then the last name is Doubt.
What in the world did you just read?
That's on me. I got to have better judgment.
Doubt. A hideous email. Among the worst we've ever had. Right there among the worst.
Doug, that's what that's it.
That's it. Oh, gosh. Well, this is a no-brainer. It's Dave and Mofallon.
I disagree. I'm going Stretched Out.
I'm also going Stretched.
Stretched Out is the Heating and Cooling email of the day. That was a beautiful vista.
What just happened?
If you blinked, you might have missed what just happened.
BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.